The apes also were. So Hamka says, here I understand it is not enough for human to only have broad knowledge, but should be useful for the community.
Today, the opportunity is not only for men. Women also take part in determining the future. Educated women are the key, are the symbol of a new civilization. No other options. The universe has given a lot of hopes and opportunities for us to embrace and chase. Destined as the pearls of the East Priangan, Tasikmalaya City has abundant natural resources, cultural diversity, and potential human resources. From time to time, Tasikmalaya City has shown its various advancements, and Siliwangi University takes part in the spirit of the new civilization. Siliwangi University exists as the oasis of the new age.
More than half of the century of our country's independence enjoyed by the nation, from Sabang to Merauke, from the north to the south. This independence not is recovery or gifts, but said it's blessed of our heroes, but it doesn't mean the struggle ends. Today, in the hands of educated youth, the baton continues, and Siliwangi University is here to become the place of the best of educated students who are strong, superior, and fearless. Those are ready to embrace the development of time.
Since its establishment in 1978, in harmony with the ideals of the founders, Siliwangi University, as the biggest private university in the East Priangan, is committed to developing educated and versed students to embrace the bright future of the nation. Then, until the signing of the decree of Siliwangi University status to be State University by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono on 1 April 2014. That spirit never fades. Siliwangi University is committed to answering the global challenges. Located in the center of the city of Tasikmalaya, with its cool air, Siliwangi University has created a beautiful and friendly campus area that makes the study atmosphere conducive and enjoyable. Moreover, we are equipped with quality, friendly lecturers who are committed to friendly, fast, and efficient services. As a reputable state university with its achievements in the East Priangan, Siliwangi University has become a place for teaching and learning for students who come from all over Indonesia. Currently, thousands of students obtaining scholarship from various institutions, government or private, are enjoying their studies with us that upholds the values of Pancasila and diversity. Siliwangi University has 7 faculties and 5 postgraduate programs. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health Sciences, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Islamic Religion, postgraduate programs. 385 experienced and active lecturers are doing research in science, technology, social, and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide quality education in the field of science, technology, social, and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide a quality and competitive education for global challenges, facilitating students to become quality graduates for the nation. To support the competency and skills of the students, Siliwangi University provides adequate facilities, like laboratories with modern and advanced equipment, sport, arts, and entrepreneurship on a lot of land around 30 hectares, a cool location in the middle of a green rural area. There is Siliwangi University Campus 2 expansion to provide quality. God the Almighty has a lot of secrets. In the silent universe, science is the key to unlocking the potential. Only with science, what was previously impossible can be possible.
Dear pleasure, it is us. Welcome to Siliwangi University.
chị em.
Ladies and gentlemen, the agenda will be started. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Siliwangi University, along with the staff, Professor Dr. Haji Rudi Priyadi, ERMS, the Honorable the Head of Institute for Research, Community Services, and Education Quality Assurance, Siliwangi University, Dr. Haji Supratman, MPD, the Honorable the Director of Postgraduate Program, Siliwangi University, the Honorable the Deans of Faculties, Siliwangi University, the Honorable all the speakers in this conference, and all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Alhamdulillah, we could meet here in the opening of the 4th Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021, with the theme, The Future of Disruptive Innovation to Strengthen Competitive Advantages in Multidimensional Aspects, that hold by Institute for Research, Community Services, and Education Quality Assurance, Siliwangi University, 15th September 2021, in Zoom meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the agenda. First, opening. Second, singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya, hymn of Siliwangi University, and Mars of Siliwangi University. Third, general remark. Fourth, welcoming speech and official opening. Fifth, praying. And the last, closing. Ladies and gentlemen, as opening in this ceremony, let's recite Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Singing national anthem Indonesia Raya, hymn of Siliwangi University, and Mars of Siliwangi University. Ladies and gentlemen, are pleased to take your position.
thing is.
Ayo atuh kumaha ieu tas kieu atas wae.
Dengan jiwa semangat Siliwangi mengemban cita Ibu Pertiwi, mengabdi ilmu bagi manusia, membangun masa depan cemerlang. Universitas Siliwangi, lambang abadi insan berbudi, harapan jaya sepanjang masa bagimu negeriku Indonesia. Derap semangat bergelora, berkibar panji kejayaan, genapkan juang, bersiap sedia, tetaplah di depan, atasi kebodohan, cerdaskan bangsa Indonesia, sejahtera kita semuanya, kuatkan tekad, bijak bermartabat, negara merdeka kan tetap kita jaga. Abdi bakti bagi Pertiwi, karya juangku sepanjang hayat. Universitas Siliwangi takkan lelah, takkan pernah menyerah.
General remark from the head of Institute for Research, Community Services and Education Quality Assurance, Siliwangi University, Dr. Haji Supratman, MPD, please.
Distinguished Rector of Siliwangi University, distinguished Vice Rector of Siliwangi University, distinguished keynote and plenary speaker, distinguished guests, dear patient and participant, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All praises are due to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been keeping guidance, happiness, healthy, blessing, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this event without any trouble and obstacles. Christ and solution given our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the last message, the best figure of the universe. On the behalf of the community of the 4th Siliwangi University Conference on Innovation and Research 2021, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your presence in this opening ceremony as the gateway to our today program discussing the issue about the future of the disruptive innovation to strengthen competitive advance in multidimensional aspect. This fourth event has been the Institute of Research and Community Service of Siliwangi University in collaboration with Indonesia Education share to care for the change I am to bring together experts in political science, religious study, teaching, education, culture and humanity, economy and business, health science, electrical, computer and civil engineering, as well as agriculture, to exchange to share their knowledge, experiences, new idea, innovation, and research results. Ladies and gentlemen, as chairperson of the conference, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and honor to our keynote speaker, Kurleni Ukar, MSc, Deputy for Strategy Policy, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic Indonesia, our gratitude and warm welcoming to all to the all plenary speaker from each countries. The first, Dr. Abdullah Gopur, MPD, President of Indonesia Education, Share to Care volunteer. Second, Prof. Deepinder Rena, Professor of Economy and Community Director, South Africa International Internship University, Professor Ibrahim Osdemir, Professor of Philosophy and Uskudar University, Finland, Head Dev of Philosophy and Founding Rector of Hasan Kalyoncu University, Istanbul, Turkey. Professor Dr. Lukas Susanto, MSPhD, Professor of the Faculty of Agriculture, Jenderal Sudirman University, Indonesia, Dr. Harun Abu Bakar Haruna, Educator, Officer, State University Basic Education, based Jigawa State, Nigeria, Dr. Dragan Jovanov, Faculty of Agriculture, Science and Food, Macedonia, Academic, Educator, Humanist, Research, Scientist, Philotherapist, Macedonia, Dr. Ahmad E. Elner, Founder and Treasurer of Scientific Innovation Research Group, Beni Suef University, Egypt, Dr. Haji Asef Suryana, MKes, the Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Siliwangi University, Indonesia, Dr. Engineering Sunu Wibirama, MN, the Lecturer of Gajah Mada University, Indonesia, Dr. Ali Shihram Malasi, the Vice Director of Graduate Study and International Internship of IAIN Palangkaraya, Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Yasin, Assistant Professor, Head Academic, Utrecht International Speaker, National Textile University, Islamabad, Pakistan, and the Miss Afroza Ahter Tina, Senior Lecturer in the Department of English at Daffodil International University, and Assistant Professor, Damodi Campus Daffodil International University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dismissed guests, ladies and gentlemen, the participants, this event consists of lecturers, students, and persons around the world who has an interest in the field of future and descriptive innovation to strengthen competitive advance in multidimensional aspect. The aim of the conference is to bring together scholarship and expert to share the idea from various fields of study such as political science, religious study, teaching, education, culture and humanities, economy and business, health science, electrical, computer, and civil engineering, as well as agriculture. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing community, we express our thanks to the Rector of Siliwangi University and Vice Rector and President of Indonesia Education Share and Care Politer for the support, as well as the various parties that have helped organize this event virtually. Hopefully, this event can inspire of the unit to hold a similar event to this name of Siliwangi University is increasingly recognized nationally and internationally. We all deliver our appreciation to all presenters and participants who have attended today. And I thank all of the communities for their contributions. All on behalf of the opening committee of the fourth year 2021, we would like to express our apology for the inconvenience that you will probably experience during the virtual conference. I wish you fruitful and wonderful conference. Ladies and gentlemen, finally allow me to invite Professor Dr. Haji Rudi Priadi, Engineer MSc, MS, as Director of Siliwangi University to officially open the fourth year Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021. I hope that the conference provided that the opportunity to learn with and from each other, as well as network and building a strong community of intellectual and professional comedians. Enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Welcoming speech from Director of Siliwangi University, as well as officially opened the fourth Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021. The Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Rudi Priadi, ERMS. Please.
Thank you. Distinguished keynote and plenary speakers, respected delegates, presenters, and participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. First of all, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the Almighty Allah SWT for His constant blessing and grace in our lives. Salutation is to Prophet Muhammad SAW for his guidance in our daily lives. On behalf of Siliwangi University, I'd like to thank you for coming to this conference. This event is especially precious for Siliwangi University because we were able to present Kurlani Ukar, Master of Science, Deputy for Strategic Policy, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, as the keynote speaker and plenary speakers from each countries, as well as the participants from around the world. Therefore, it's my honor to welcome you all to the fourth Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research this year. Due to the COVID-19, this year's year is unable to be held face-to-face. We are now seeing each other through a screen. However, I hope that this doesn't make things less than we used to be. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference aims to bring together experts in political science, religious studies, teaching, education, culture, and humanities, economy and business, health science, electrical, computer, and civil engineering, as well as agriculture, to exchange and share their knowledge, experiences, new ideas, innovation, and research results to deal with the future of disruptive innovation to strengthen competitive advantages in multidimensional aspect. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference, however, would not be possible without the help of many. Therefore, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to the committee, LV2M PMP Siliwangi University, and our partner Indonesian Education Share to Care volunteers for making this conference come true through their hard work and commitment to innovation and research. I hope this conference will be a platform where many innovative ideas will be born and recommendation will be drafted. This meeting among scholars and experts is one of the best ways to learn from each other, be aware of current trends in each field, and ultimately build a network. I believe I believe that building nation in the world cannot be done alone. There needs to be strong cooperation and good communication among us to share mutual understanding and benefit. And this conference is also a part of the cooperation implementation. To end my speech by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this year 2021. I wish all speaker, presenter, and participant would enjoy the conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. By this opening, the fourth Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021 has already opened officially. Before we close the opening ceremony, let's pray together for the success of today's agenda. And this time, it will be led by Dr. Romi Faisal, MPD. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's us bow our head for a moment, pray to God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam. Those who are Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each your belief. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hamdan na'imin. حمد الشاكرين حمد يوافي نعمك في مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم إنا نسألك سلامة في الدين وعافية في الجسد وجيدة في العلم وبركة في الرزق وطوبة قبل الموت ورحمة عند الموت ومغفرة بعد الموت اللهم حوّن علينا في شكرة الموت ونجاة من النار وعفو عند الحساب. Dear Allah, today in this beautiful moment, we gather here to bring about international conference. Dear Allah, make this international conference as useful Saints Assembly, as a medium of sharing useful ideas, knowledge, and experience of scholars, researchers, and students of various disciplines. May the conference we organize today benefit to our lives, broaden our knowledge, shine our ideas, and lead us to be successful, productive persons, which in turn will boost the unity of our nation. Dear Allah, protect us from unintended temptation, so as to right path and give us knowledge and strength to perform good things equally, show us and make it clear to bad things and give us knowledge and strength to be avoid them. Ya Allah, you are the one who can fulfill for dua. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع الدعاء ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحان ربنا رب العزة أما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, the opening ceremony of the fourth Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021 with the theme, The Future of Disruptive Innovation to Strengthen Competitive Advantages in Multidimensional Aspects, that hold by Institute for Research, Community Services and Education Quality Assurance, Siliwangi University, 15th September 2021, has finished. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. If being alive is for the sake of being alive, pigs in the forest are also alive. If working is for the sake of working, the apes also work. So Hamka says, here I understand it is not enough for human to only have broad knowledge, but should be useful for the community.
Today, the opportunity is not only for men. Women also take part in determining the future. Educated women are the key, are the symbol of a new civilization. No other options. The universe has given a lot of hopes and opportunities for us to embrace and chase. Destined as the pearls of the East Priangan, Tasikmalaya City has abundant natural resources, cultural diversity, and potential human resources. From time to time, Tasikmalaya City has shown its various advancements, and Siliwangi University takes part in the spirit of the new civilization. Siliwangi University exists as the oasis of the new age.
More than half of the century of our country's independence enjoyed by Indonesia, from Sabang to Merauke, from the north to the south. This independence not is discovery or a gift, but said it's blessed of our heroes. But it doesn't mean the struggle end. Today, in the hands of educated youth, the baton continues, and Siliwangi University is here, become the place of the best of educated students who are strong, superior, and fearless. Those are ready to embrace the development of time.
Since its establishment in 1978, in harmony with the ideals of the founders, Siliwangi University, as the biggest private university in the East Priangan, is committed to developing educated and versed students to embrace the bright future of the nation. Then, until the signing of the decree of Siliwangi University status to be state university by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono on 1 April 2014. That spirit never fades. Siliwangi University is committed to answering the global challenges. Located in the center of the city of Tasikmalaya, with its cool air, Siliwangi University has created a beautiful and friendly campus area that makes the study atmosphere conducive and enjoyable. Moreover, we are equipped with quality, friendly lecturers who are committed to friendly, fast, and efficient services. As a reputable state university with its achievements in the East Priangan, Siliwangi University has become a place for teaching and learning for students who come from all over Indonesia. Currently, thousands of students obtaining scholarship from various institutions, government or private, are enjoying their studies with us that upholds the values of Pancasila and diversity. Siliwangi University has 7 faculties and 5 postgraduate programs. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health Sciences, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Islamic Religion, postgraduate programs. 385 experienced and active lecturers are doing research in science, technology, social, and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide quality education in the field of science, technology, social, and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide a quality and competitive education for global challenges, facilitating students to become quality graduates for the nation. To support the competency and skills of the students, Siliwangi University provides adequate facilities, like laboratories with modern and advanced equipment, sport, arts, and entrepreneurship. On a lot of land around 30 hectares, a cool location in the middle of a green rural area, there is Siliwangi University Campus 2 expansion. To provide quality services, Siliwangi University provides several buses for the students and lecturers round trips. God the Almighty has a lot of secrets. In the silent universe, science is the key to unlocking the potential. Only with science, what was previously impossible can be possible.
Dear future, it is us. Welcome to Siliwangi University.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start the conference. In the beginning session, we should have the great speaker, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. But unfortunately, he couldn't come due to another duty that couldn't be left behind. But do not worry, we have the speaker who are no less great. She is Mrs. Karleni Ukat, Deputy for Strategic Policy, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Republic of Indonesia. And she will be accompanied with the moderator, Mr. Nanak Hikmatullah, Master of Science, Edgar Broad Academic Chair, Brussels, Belgium. For Mr. Nanak Hikmatullah, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the MC, and good morning, everyone. The Honorable Directors of Siliwangi University and the Vice Rectors and the Head of the LPPM, Bapak Supratman, and of course, everyone that is already here attending the conference since early morning. And today we are having special guest. I think we are all waiting for her to be here. So Ibu Kurleni Ukar from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Hello, Ibu. Welcome to Siliwangi University.
Good morning.
Good morning. I hope, Ibu, you are in a good condition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. So everyone, before we started, allow me to share the CV of Ibu Kurleni. So let me share the CV. Okay, I hope everyone can see the screen. So Ibu Kurleni Ukar MSc is the Deputy of the Strategic Policy at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. And we're going to start with the working experience. So she is the research assistant and then has been also a team leader, mostly in the LIPI in Indonesia. And at the moment, she is as deputy of the strategic policy at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. And in the education, she earned the A level from Tresham College in the UK. And then the bachelor degree was also from the UK, University of Birmingham, majoring in chemical engineering. And then the master's also in the UK as well, in University College London, in biochemical engineering. So Ibu apparently having education a lot in the UK. And then in the training, she has done many training programs, including in research methodology and management development and organizational change. And there's so many things in here that you can also see on the screen. So Ibu, without further ado, I think we have to start because I think everyone is waiting. So we will have around 45 minutes for Ibu to present the topic of the presentation. And then after that, we will follow by the Q&A. So for everyone, if you have any question, feel free to drop in the chat box, or you can also raise your hand later on in the Q&A section. Ibu, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nanak Hikmatullah. Good morning, everyone, and probably good evening for, good afternoon or evening for some of you. I would like to convey the Honorable Professor Rudy Priyadi, Rector of Siliwangi University, distinguished speaker from Nigeria, Macedonia, Egypt, Bangladesh, South Africa, Pakistan, Finland, and of course Indonesia. Our Siliwangi University faculty members, students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to convey a very warm welcome and regards from Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, who unfortunately cannot join us today because of his busy schedule, and asked me to deliver his speech on this important conference. Let me share a screen first. Okay. So I would like to thank you for the opportunity to take part in the 4th Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research, held by the Institute of Research, Community Services and Education Quality Assurance of Siliwangi University, with the theme, The Future of Disruptive Innovation to Strengthen Competitive Advantage in Tourism and Creative Economy. As we all know, COVID-19 has caused huge losses to the tourism and creative economy sectors all around the world. In under 3 months, a local infection becomes a pandemic, affecting 210 countries and territories. The tourism industry is the first and among the most effective sectors, one of the higher risks to be infected and among the last to recover. UNWTO predicts that international tourism arrival and its closely linked sectors suffer an estimated loss of $2.4 trillion in 2020 due to direct and indirect impacts of significant drop in international tourist arrivals. This reduction caused a 5.5% rise in unemployment of unskilled labor on average, and the recovery will be very slow without innovation. This is also applied to Indonesian tourism sector. The international tourism arrival falls up to 75% in 2020, causing the drop in international receipt up to 80%. And these conditions are worse in 2021, while the border still remain closed for international tourists. Domestic tourists are recovering, but slowing down due to the mobility restriction policy in the last 2 months. We are hoping that tourism can recover soon since the COVID-19 cases are slowing down in Indonesia. The creative economy sector are also suffer, but not as deep as tourism sector. All subsectors of the creative economy experience negative growth, except for the application, game developers, and television subsectors. Key players in digital markets prosper during the crisis and most demonstrate a positive share performance. The Digital Global Review reports in 2021 shows that recovery can be accelerated by optimizing creative and digital economic momentum. Online shopping activities has increased during the pandemic, that 87% of Indonesian internet users are used for online shoppings. Data show that during the period of social restrictions, the Indonesian film industry lost around 3 trillion rupiah, while the number of OTT channel subscribers such as Netflix, Disney Hotstar are increased. Unfortunately, most of them are foreign providers. Hence, we have to focus on domestic creative economy digital ecosystem development. As you can see, Indonesia has huge potential for digital transformation with strong e-commerce potential, high utilization of digital and demography bonus. Technologies are emerging, disrupting and affecting our lives. Tourism was one of the first sectors to digitalize business processes on global scale with the rise of online travel agents. Online travel agents such as Traveloka or Ticket.com, Pergi-Pergi have disrupted conventional travel agents. UNWTO state that the use of technology, including Internet of Things, location-based services artificial intelligence, augmented and virtual reality, and blockchain technology has resulted in tourism offer that is more attractive, efficient, inclusive, and economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable than before. It has also facilitated innovation and rethinking of processes with a view to tackling challenges such as seasonality, overcrowding, and developing smarter destination. We can divide it into three groups, namely smart travel facilitation, for example, e-visa, online booking, and online check-in, smart destination for visitor management, seamless experience, environmental monitoring, and new wave of job profiles. Job in tourism will require new technical skills and soft skills, including mastery of technology or digitalization, and create new jobs opportunity based on creativity. For example, influencer and some of the new job that we can see today. The increase in independent travelers using digital technology had occurred even before the pandemic. The tourism industry has experienced rapid digital growth in recent years. Tourist activities in planning trips, pre and post journeys has almost entirely adopted digital. It is known that as many as 51% of outbound travelers are millennial tourism. This has an impact on tourist behavior patterns, while when traveling, where as many as 70% carry out activities in their journey using mobile device applications. Digital ecosystem engage tourism in a whole new paradigm, allowing the tourism industry to be smarter and better. Various applications continue to be developed for various tourism purposes, ranging from market intelligence and direct marketing, real-time tracing and tracking, e-visa, queries, and so on. Here we can see some of the industry applications that enhance tourist experience. We see range from hospitality, sport and recreation, country-specific tourism services, travel agency and operators, food and beverage, and transportation. And the pandemic actually accelerated digitalization. In order to survive, the government and the tourism industry adopt and innovate through digitalization during pandemic. We are currently trying to open up some of the tourism industry and attraction using Peduli Lindungi apps. You can see here, and this is needed to restart tourism in a safer way. So everywhere you go in Indonesia, you have to use these apps to enter mall or eat in the restaurant or enter the tourist destination. This pandemic has changed tourism behavior to the extreme, leading to travel trends that are more personalized, customized, localized, and smaller in size. This became a challenge for the recovery of the Indonesia tourism, especially the consideration for cleanliness, health, safety, and environment sustainability, or we call it CHSE aspects, as well as changes in travel preference that require carrying capacity and physical distances. We can see that the age group are changing. Before it's 20 to 60, now mostly young, older need specific treatment. The travel method, usually group or family, now more individual or smaller groups with physical distancing. Value, low pricing, and viral. Now we prefer cleanliness, health, and safety. Attraction is also changes from crowded and viral and urban attraction to fresh air, mountain, rivers, ocean, as well as health and outdoor activities. Amenities, prioritizing display and quality, now more concerned with health label and certification on each amenities. Accessibility using all transportation at affordable cost. Now short haul takes preference. Sanitation is important and direct flight is more preferable. People and promotion for its human contact interaction. Now, minimal human interaction and digitalization on promotion, sales, ticket, package, and payment. The landscape and tourism trends are changing, adapting to the dynamic of the disruption, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity, and diversity. We are now entering the new tourism economy, which characterized by hygiene, low touch, low mobility, and less crowd, towards quality tourism. In this condition, the digitalization of tourism industry is a necessity to meet the demand of tourists for a contactless and seamless experience. We are also developing the health certification. We call it CHISE certification with hashtag Indonesia Care, which can be seen with all of the ASEAN countries are developing their health certification. In short, tourism sector must innovate and generate new business opportunities to ensure the continued competitiveness, growth, and sustainable development of the sector. In the creative economy sector, we are helping to grow more startups because creative economy makes human resources the main capital in the development that start from idea and thoughts. This creative economy indirectly directs and tries to create reliable entrepreneurs in various fields. It is hoped that these human resources will be able to turn low value products into products of higher value and selling power. The foundation of a business is human resources and natural resources, which are internal factors, plus innovation and creativity that add values to the products produced so that they can compete. Digital transformation of the creative economy actors and SMEs to reach the market easily. So in our minister, we have steps to recovery of the tourism and creative economy sectors as follows. One is human resource capacity building, including reskilling and upskilling of the worker. As I said before, now they have to use digitalization, they have to master that. Second is revitalization of tourism destination and creative economy, economic infrastructure through strengthening destination management and governance, tourism village and development or revitalization of the destination of or creative economic facilities. Increasing resilience and business competitive is very, very needed this time. This is done by providing incentive and access to capital, CHSE business standardization and certification, and business reactivation. Product and service innovation to quality travel products, facilitation of product and service development, IPR protection, and digital transformation. Market recovery and expansion, recovery of domestic tourists by the Indonesia Aja Indonesia Care campaign, creative product marketing and natural movement, Bangga Buatan Indonesia or proudly made in Indonesia, and beli kreatif lokal or buy local creative product. Ladies and gentlemen, vaccination and health certification are the key factors to recover tourism. So we are heavily involved in accelerating of vaccination for tourism and creative economy workers in Indonesia. And we hope that 95% of the tourism and creative economy actors in Indonesia are vaccinated through cross-sector collaboration, facilitating of vaccine centers. We have several programs like vaccine with a few, vaccine drive-through, and so on. Second one is speeding up the CHSE certification. This certification is a process of granting certificate to tourism businesses, destination, and other tourism products to guarantee the implementation of hygiene, health, safety, and environment sustainability in the industry. And tourism and creative economy continues to encourage a better creative economy digital ecosystem in Indonesia. Talent development, product, access to finance, improving infrastructure and facilities, supporting policies and regulation, and developing digital-based market are our concern. For this reason, our ministry continues to play an active role in preparing strategies to face the digital economy by launching several programs innovation, such as Baparekraf Developer Day, Baparekraf Digital Talent, Baparekraf for Startup or Baparekraf Digital Entrepreneurship, Baparekraf Game Prime or Go Startup Indonesia. We have lots of training programs, including in digitalization, entrepreneurship, as well as helping in access to financing. In the marketing side, we are involved in national program Bangga Buatan Indonesia or Proudly Made in Indonesia. This is one of the programs to help creative economy actors, especially in fashion, culinary, and craft subsectors, to bounce back from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, there are 3.7 million business units digitalized in this program. And this program will continue to be implemented until 2024, collaborating with various stakeholders so that the target of 30 million SMEs entering e-commerce can be achieved. Most importantly, we encourage people to buy our local creative product. This is our way of working together to help our own community by buying and using local products. I would like to end this speech by showing you that Indonesia waits for you to visit. Enjoy.
We're still here, waiting for you. We still remember the awe. We can still hear your clapping for us. And we have prepared all of our beauty and richness. Until it's the time for you to come back, we will be waiting for you. See you in Indonesia.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Ibu Kurleni. And I believe everyone is basically interested in the topic that already presented. There's so many information, so many initiatives, and basically it seems that the government, knows everything, knows what happens, and then knows what to do in the next time, which is very forward thinking in that sense. So I guess now it's time for the Q&A for anyone. If you've got questions, feel free to drop in the chat box, or you can also just raise your hand and feel free to ask your questions. So we have around 15 minutes for doing this. Okay, so we're gonna wait for the questions. So while we're waiting, perhaps we can start the question.
Everyone has then they have understand what the situation in Indonesia. So no questions.
It could be. So, but we can wait. Probably some still sort of have some curiosity in asking that. But we can start with the first question, maybe, Ibu, that the Minister of Tourism especially can answer this. So we can say that basically the tourism at the moment shifting a lot into digital tourism and economy with the help of technology, and that's probably changed a lot of things in terms of the landscape and everything. But the question would be, are we still expecting foreign tourists at the moment, or when do we expect for them to basically start coming back to Indonesia?
We are currently preparing to slowly open up Bali, but we are waiting for Bali to be able to lower the cases of COVID And once they have managed to do that, we are ready to open up slowly. And we don't expect a lot of tourists in this time. We have to be very careful that tourism is not going to bring about increasing cases of COVID. So we are doing it very, very carefully. So we are planning it very carefully, and basically we use data to be able to decide when we are going to open up Indonesia.
Thank you, Ibu. Very good. Any other question from the audience? Maybe from students? We have many students here, I believe. As you see in the presentation, that now we have more young tourists, basically. So maybe you are, curious about when you're gonna start traveling again. Maybe is anybody? We are still waiting for the question. This is a good time for you to ask.
I think the Siliwangi University is in the region that has lower cases of COVID at the moment. So I think they can start domestic tourists right now. So for the student here, probably it's not an issue, but for us in Jakarta or surrounding, we are still has to be very cautious to go everywhere.
Definitely agree. I guess maybe now we can start from traveling to closest places, like nearby.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe just to help recovery of the places around us. Okay, we are still waiting.
Shorter distance, and then gradually move to longer.
Okay, that seems to be very reasonable. Okay, we have one question at the moment. Someone raised the hand. That is Zaki Ahmad. Hello, Zaki Ahmad. Feel free to ask your question to Ibu. Silakan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nanak. Okay, so first thing first, let me introduce myself. My name is Zaki Ahmad Hussein. I am from Universitas Siliwangi. And my question is, I'm sorry, I couldn't, turn on my video due to certain kind of... Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me just ask my question. And but I will tell you that I am from Sumedang, and Sumedang is right now is becoming kabupaten, which is something like a small city, small town in Indonesia, and it is right now is being built with many highways. Yeah, as you may have already known about Jalan Tol Cisundawu, and that is passing through Sumedang City. And I would like to ask, what is the youth role in in increasing the potential domestic tourist rate here in Sumedang, particularly because Sumedang is right now has becoming a city with highways, which means many tourists will just passing through the city and without visiting it. So maybe food like tahu or ubi cilembu in Sumedang will not be known by those tourists that come through the city. So how do you think about this? What is the role for the youth to accelerate the what is it yeah the what is it how would they increase the like I said before aduh susah ibu.
Nggak apa-apa, nggak
Maaf.
apa-apa. Santai aja.
Ya. Ya, jadi
Okay.
so how would the youth increase, well, not how would they perform in role to make or to at least to provide and to what is it aduh untuk mempromosikan to promote the domestic tourist, especially in what is it in food or anything. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you, Zaki. Well, you are the agent of change. The youth is the agent of change. So there are a lot of things that you can do. You can market through your social media for once. You can do it by TikTok, by whatever you have, and you use e-commerce. You have to innovate how to market those tahu Sumedang, for example. Can they be delivered through e-commerce? And that's some of the things, or the ones is you have to create a story behind those tourist potentials, so that everyone would like to come to visit Sumedang. So that's one of the things that you can do yourself. The key things is innovate and do it. I mean, if you just think about it and doing nothing, then you won't get anything. So do it now, and probably you will see result and you will be surprised by that. So I think I would like to ask all the students here to think about what you can do yourself to help develop your region. So I think that can answer Zaki's question.
Thank you, Ibu. I hope, Zaki, that answers your question. So Ibu says that as a young student, as a young generation, we need to be innovative using all the resources that we have in the digital platform right now. We can promote more our home, town, or whatever that is that around us. So it's like we have to be innovative and creative in that sense. Thank you, Zaki, for the very good question. Any other question for Ibu here? I believe you have many questions, but maybe a little bit shy or something like that.
Yeah, or you can ask in Indonesian if you want to. I don't mind.
Yes, that would be good. That would be good as well. Okay, we still have time. Anyone wants to ask the questions? Maybe adding to Zaki's question about empowering local places there right now, maybe also that becoming digitalized. So are there any initiatives from the Ministry of Tourism to sort of help small businesses in remote places when not really have access to digital, and how to accelerate that?
Yes, we have so many programs. You can visit our website and look around what is suitable for you. And also our ministry are now are not encouraging tourism villages to become one of the backbone for the economy. So because like you said, now the distance is shorter, then we will need a lot of new destination to go, and not crowded, not too far away, and this will create opportunities to those kind of destination. So at this pandemic, there are losses, but there are also potential and opportunities to be grabbed. One of the key things are this pandemic opens up new opportunities and hope for better Indonesian tourism. And for that, let's take advantage of this digitalization moment by working and creating. There's much can be done because creative has no limit, and virtual is the new reality.
Wonderful. I agree that virtual now is new reality. Maybe this is actually the new normal is the new normal.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess if we don't have any other question, then maybe we will close this. So I will, yes, Ibu.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I will give the summary, and then after that, I will allow Ibu maybe to close the presentation with one or two messages for us to remain optimistic in this trying time. So the summary of the presentation that have been delivered is that at the moment we have to shift to digital tourism and economy, whether we want it or not, but that's the new reality. And then the Ministry of Tourism especially have many programs and initiatives to sort of start recovering the tourism industry, which was hit really hard during the pandemic and probably will be the last to recover, including empowering local tourism and then the tourists, sort of promoting local places, and then building capacity for the tourism workers as well, including sanitation, vaccination. And the last one is promoting the CHSE, which is probably will be the new tourism behavior. Cleanliness, hygiene, safety, and environmental sustainability. So from this, we believe that the Ministry of Tourism are not silent. They are working really hard to recover our tourism industry. And then but of course, I believe that they need our help as well as a young generation to sort of support their initiative so that our tourism could be normal again very soon. Okay, Ibu, please, if you have any last message for us.
Okay, thank you. The tourism and creative economy sector face a very challenging time, but it must be faced with optimism, with the synergy and collaboration of all parties, starting from business actors, media, communities, all stakeholders, including everyone in this conference. I believe that tourism sector and the creative economy can bounce back and make a major contribution to Indonesian economy. I hope you have a fruitful conference, and good luck to you all. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Ibu. It is our pleasure to have you here, actually. And please, everyone, give applause to Ibu for the wonderful presentation. And I will also share the certificate that we will give to Ibu, and then now in the digital, but we will deliver it to you later on. So this is the certificate for us as a sense of acknowledgement and grateful for being here in our conference. So thank you very much, and then maybe we can see you again in another moment, another occasion. Thank you, Ibu, on behalf of Siliwangi University.
A wonderful time.
All right, so that's it all, everyone. Now I am giving back to the MC for the next agenda for today.
Thank you to Mr. Rana Hikmatullah. and Mrs. Carlene Ukar for your great presentation. All right, everyone, don't go anywhere because we will see you in the next session with plenary speakers.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the plenary speaker. In this session, we have 3 speakers. The first, Professor Insinyur Lucas Susanto, MS, PhD, Professor of the Faculty of Agriculture, Jenderal Sudirman University, Indonesia, with the title, Role of Plant Pathogen in the Disruptive Agriculture. The second speaker, we have Ms. Afroza Ahtera, Ms. Afroza Ahtertina, Senior Lecturer in the Department of English at Daffodil International University and Assistant Proctor, Dhanmondi Campus, Daffodil International University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, with the title Use of Alternative Assessment in Everyday Classroom Practices. And the third, Dr. Abdul Ghafur, MPD, President of Indonesian Education Share to Care Volunteers, Indonesia, with the title Language, Power and Social Media, Interaction, Agreement and Disagreement. And the moderator for the session is Mrs. Santiana, SS MPD from Siliwangi University, Indonesia. For Mrs. Santiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Aini. All right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wa mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in amma ba'du. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank God for blessing so that we can gather here to attend the wonderful occasions of the 4th Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research, CITIR 2021, with the theme, The Futures of Disruptive Innovation to Strengthen Competitive Advantages in Multidimensional Aspect. On behalf of the committee, it's my great pleasure and also my honors to be able to extend our warmest welcome to you all, especially to our great plenary speaker today. Allow me, Eva Santiana from Siliwangi University, as your moderator today. And before we begin the presentation, let me inform you the names of our plenary speaker who will be share the opinion related to the conference theme. The first plenary speaker, Professor Insinyur Lucas Susanto, MS, PhD from Indonesia. The second plenary speaker, Ms. Afroza Ahtertina from Bangladesh. And the third plenary speaker, Dr. Abdul Ghafur, MPD from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting the presentation, I'd like to read the rules of the presentation. The first, each plenary speaker will have maximum 25 minutes for presentation. And then second, after all the plenary speaker presented the topic, there will be question and answer session. Third, every audience can drop the question in the chat box, or you can raise hand. And if you drop the question in the chat box, please write which presentation the question is addressed. And then the fourth, at the end of all speaker presenter, I, as the moderator, will read the question to be answered by each speaker. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the first plenary speaker is Professor Insinyur Lucas Susanto, MS, PhD, and then I will share his short biography. Wait a minute. All right, here is his biography. Okay. He's from the Faculties of Agriculture, Jenderal Sudirman University, and he has the education background, and her research focus on biological control. And you can reach him by type this email. Right, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, please welcome Professor Insinyur Lucas Susanto, MS, PhD, who will share the roles of plant pathogen in disruptive agriculture. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, the moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank the committee for inviting me in the Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021. I would like to share my experience and to give an overview related to the topics, role of plant pathogens in disruptive agriculture. Let me share. Could you stop? Yes. Okay. Okay. As we know that agriculture is a key activity of human being, since the agriculture provides basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter. It has been demonstrated that every 1% increase in agricultural yield translates into a 0.6 up to 1.2% decrease in the numbers of absolute poor households in the world. If we talk about disruptive agriculture, there are two big things cause agents of disruptive agriculture that are climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. Disturbed agriculture will affect agricultural production, and that influence our life, especially the effect of plant pathogens. As we know, plant pathogens is the biggest, the main problems in agriculture, especially in Indonesia. And the first one of the disruptive problems in agriculture is caused by climate change. Climate change refers to long-term alteration in temperatures and weather patterns in place. Climate change is caused by human intervention. The cause of current climate change is largely human activity, burning fossil fuels, especially coal, gas, and oil, and then burning plastic materials, releasing chemicals such as synthetic pesticides and oil and chemical substances into the atmosphere, and then reducing the amount of forest cover through illegal logging and land use change, and the rapid expansion of farming, and then development and industrial activities are releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere and changing the balance of the climate system. Climate change affects the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and then also affects temperature, precipitation pattern, and the distribution of land suitable for cultivating many crops. Crop production is highly sensitive to climate change. It is affected by long-term trends in average rainfall and temperature. Interannual climate variability, shocks during specific stages, and extreme weather events. The impact of climate change in our agricultural system is undoubtable. For example, drought followed by intense rain can increase the flooding potential and affect the crop cultivation. And that condition favor fungal infestation of leaf, fruits, and tuber crops. In addition, reduction of bees density due to global climate change has led to local extension of several plant species. Climate change is requiring changes to crop management. This can be achieved through the use of good quality seeds and planting material of well-adapted varieties. A diverse range of crop species and varieties grown in association, intercrops or rotation, the control of pests and diseases through integrated pest management, and the use of conservation agriculture and sustainability mechanization to maintain healthy soils and manage water efficiently. Access to fresh water and good soil are becoming serious limitations for agriculture. Climate change will significantly impact agriculture by increasing water demand, limiting crop productivity, and by reducing water availability in areas where irrigation is most needed. Temperatures are expected to rise at a faster rate in the upper latitudes and slower rates in equatorial regions. Mean temperature rise at altitude is expected to be higher than at sea level, resulting in intensification of convective precipitation and acceleration of snowmelt and glacier retreat. As temperature rises, the efficiency of photosynthesis increases to a maximum and then falls, while the rate of respiration continues to increase more or less up to the point that a plant dies. All other things being equal, the productivity of vegetation declines once temperature exceeds an optimum. In general, plants are more sensitive to heat, stress, and specific stages of growth, and that's influence to the sensitivity of plants attacked by pathogen. And then develop strategies for adaptation and mitigation. The climate action and strategic planning should involve both mitigation and adaptation to adjust systems and societies, replanting forests and restoring damaged land use or ecosystem, diversifying crops to adapt the changing climate, and other things. That's the example how to develop strategies. All strategies support investigating and developing innovative solutions to prevent and manage natural catastrophes. In addition to climate change that can disrupt agriculture, the COVID-19 pandemic also disrupts agriculture and causes many negative impacts. United Nations acknowledged that in 2020 that mitigatory measures to prevent and control COVID-19 outbreaks had already started to affect global food supply chains. For example, climate change can affect direct effect, indirect effect, and socio-economic effect. Indirect effect can can influence morphology, physiology, phenotype, plant productivity. Indirect can influence soil fertility, irrigation availability, pests and diseases, health, flood, drought, rise in sea level, and in socio-economic, the climate change can affect food demand, respond farmers, cause policy, threat, unequal distribution. All the effects of the climate change influence to human intervention, adaptation strategy, mitigation strategy, and all of those goal to influence the productivity of agriculture. Disruptive agriculture caused by COVID-19. COVID-19 pandemic caused global health crisis. We know that the novel coronavirus SARS-CoV-2 was identified as the causative agent for a series thesis in Hubei province of Wuhan, China in December 2019. And then the disease was officially declared a pandemic by WHO, United Nations, on March 11, 2020. And COVID-19 infection result in diverse symptoms and depending on the individual genetics, ethnicity, age, and geographic location. And COVID-19 devastating impacts in food security because food is a basic necessity. The level of food demand should be affected less decreases than the demand for other goods and services. And the pandemic continues to affect in global hunger and poverty, especially in poorest and most vulnerable populations. We know that on July 2021, report by 5 UN agencies found that global hunger spiked in 2020 with 2.3 billion people lacking year-round access to adequate food. Projection for the rest of 2021 indicate that trend will continue with climate shocks and the pandemic make worse the situation further. COVID-19 is having devastating impacts in nutrition. While the effects of COVID-19 on malnutrition are not yet fully known, it is anticipated that the biggest toll on the most vulnerable will not come from the pathology of COVID-19 itself, but from the collateral impact on food production and access, provision of health services, and changes in practices and behavior. COVID-19 is having devastating impacts in the livelihoods of farmers, fishers, and others working along the food supply chain. Safe measures to ensure the health and safety of workers and farmers, given that close working conditions in fields, packing, and processing facilities put them at a heightened risk for contracting COVID-19. Reduction in agricultural labor have the potential to adversely affect food supply. Direct effect of COVID-19 on agricultural workers, policy, and overall economic conditions have affected the supply of migrant agricultural workers. The emergence of COVID-19 has highlighted the vulnerability of the food supply resulting from losses in farm and agricultural labor. The virus transmission mechanisms are not fully understood. Two clear mechanisms of the virus transmission are the first, people working in close proximity, and second, people touching contaminated surfaces. The COVID-19 related risks to the food system have been greatest where labor is most involved. Concern about the food availability and stability are particularly critical in developing countries where labor-intensive traditional value chain exists. However, there are also agricultural labor concerns in developing countries that rely on hand planting, monitoring, weeding, protecting, fertilizing, or harvesting. Impact of disruptive agriculture, especially or the most impact is on accessibility. Before the COVID-19, accessibility is easier and found in everywhere. But after the COVID-19, They are limited in accessibility for food or for other things. Yeah. And then the disruptive agriculture will affect our health regulatory requirements and biosecurity arrangements for agricultural sector, limitation and health and safety of people and workers. And now affect to agriculture in the food supply, access, and stability, agricultural extensive services. And we know that because of the limitation or restriction to get together with another people, another farmer, the extension services on agriculture cannot be done because of that. So, and the skill and the knowledge of agriculture of the farmer cannot be increased because of the restriction together in agriculture. And now we know that plant pathogen is the first starting of pathogen. There are two types, biotic and abiotic factors. And just the information that microbial plant pathogen include bacteria, virus, fungi, and others. And climate condition is often favors to the multiplication of pathogen and also migration of the pathogen to another places. And because of that, we know that three components are absolutely necessary in order for a disease to occur and in any plant systems. The three components called disease triangle. The first component is a susceptible host plant. Some pathogens have a narrow host plant range, meaning they can infect just a few host species. For instance, the primary host crops of leaf blight caused by Phytophthora infestans are tomato and potato. By contrast, pathogen with a wide host plant range can infect many different host species. There are almost 200 plant species that can be infected by bacterial wilt caused by Ralstonia solanacearum. Second, the virulent pathogen. The pathogen can be virulent or avirulent. The virulent pathogen can easily infect the plant and also is influenced by the favorable environment as the third component. Pathogen and plant also usually require specific humidity and temperature conditions. Pathogen for pathogen infection and disease symptoms, and plant for growth and for production. For example, leaf blight disease symptoms on potato and tomato, mostly likely to occur when the weather is cool and wet. When the three components are present at the same time, a disease, the green shaded region, will occur if a susceptible host plant is an intimate association with a virulent plant pathogen under favorable environmental conditions. This concept is represented by a shaded portion in the diagram. When there is a high degree of overlap, there will be a moderate to high amount of disease. It is important to remember that within each of the three components, host, pathogen, and environment, there are numerous variables that may affect both the incidence and severity of the disease. The variables include genetic diversity, biology and life cycle of the host plant and pathogen, and environmental conditions. Climate change also can cause environmental changes, both for plants and for the development of pathogens. Change also in farmer habit caused by COVID-19 because of the restriction and because of the illness of the farmer. They cannot monitor, they cannot come to the field, they cannot protect the plant and directly can impact the productivity of the plant in agricultural land. Role of pathogen, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the influence on plant pathogen is getting more intense. Plant pathogens have an important role in disruptive agriculture due to the pandemic. If the COVID-19 pandemic causes humans to isolate themselves at home or in hospitals or in isolation, plant pathogens cannot do this. Plant pathogens will continue to carry out activities that damage plants, especially if they are supported by appropriate environmental conditions. Plant pathogens are living microorganisms that come and go without us knowing. We do not know for sure when the plant will be attacked by pathogens, what day, what time. Those who know tips or symptoms caused by plant pathogen attacks on cultivated plants. If we modify the environmental conditions so that they are not suitable for the growth and development of plant pathogens, we have to go to the land. While we should be self-isolating or not allowed to work because of the pandemic. Therefore, the COVID-19 pandemic will play an important role in disruptive agriculture. Some roles of plant pathogens, such as plant pathogens, interfere with the growth and cause damage to cultivated and natural growing plants. Plant pathogens infect plants at various stages of plant growth, from seedling to harvest, and even post-harvest. If a plant pathogen infects at the seedling stage, it will cause stunted growth and cause crop damage, which can lead to crop failure. And plant pathogens also influenced by the favorable condition, environmental condition. Plant pathogens cause several loss in terms of economics and production in agriculture sector. Due to the effect of plant pathogen in cultivated plants cannot grow optimally and cause production to be disrupted, decreased, or fail. This will reduce farmers' income, and if crop production is exported, it will cause a decrease in countries' foreign exchange. Plant pathogen causing a reduction in income for crop producers and distributors and higher prices for consumers. Because of the plant pathogen, crop production decrease or even fail. Decreased production causes farmer income to decrease. Decreased production also causes the presence of products in the market to decrease, so that what consumers feel is rising prices. Role plant pathogen, loss of crops from plant disease may also result in hunger and starvation. The loss of cultivated plants in the field due to the plant pathogen attack resulted in a decrease or absence of product supply in the market. Many cases in several countries caused by plant pathogen effects on food crops, causing human hunger. Some examples of plant pathogen attacks to the plant, both biotic and abiotic pathogen. The image on the left shows symptoms of root swelling due to nematode attack, and the right side, the parasite plant attack causes the mother plant to languish for life. The following picture shows the symptom of swollen crown due to the attack of pathogenic bacteria, while the right side, the symptom of potato leaf blight caused by the fungus Phytophthora infestan, which caused world hunger of a few decades ago. Because of plant pathogen attacks are so important, especially the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the risk of plant pathogen causing plant diseases needs to be addressed to consider preventive and anticipatory measures. The risk of these plant diseases include less farmer activity to monitor and control. Farmers and farm workers are critical to the secure supply of food and potentially at high risk to acquire COVID-19. Farmers' activities to monitor crops are important in preventing and overcoming plant disease. If a plant disease is found, control measures must be taken by farmers immediately. If farmers lack activities to monitor and control due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there will be a high disease epidemic. This is because plant pathogens cannot isolate themselves or remain silent. The risk, another risk is no time together in extension. Grouping workers into groups may reduce the spread of COVID-19 transmission in the workplace by minimizing the number of different individuals who come into close contact with each other over the course of a week, and may also reduce the number of workers quarantined because of the exposure of the virus. Another risk of plant pathogen is greater activity insecure. Distinctive factors that affect farm workers' rates for COVID-19 in production of agricultural workplace include: first, distance between workers. Farmers often have close contact to one another, both in the field and indoors. Farmers may also be near one another at other times, such as when clocking in or out during breaks, to when sharing transportation or in shared housing. Second, duration of contact. Farmers often have prolonged close contact with others, both in the work site and during transportation and in some housing. Type of contact. Farmers will be exposed to COVID-19 through respiratory droplets in the air. For example, when farmers or workers who have the virus cough, sneeze, or cough. Exposure could also occur when they have contact with contaminated surfaces or objects, such as tools, equipment, and others. Other factors may increase risks among some workers. For example, sharing transportation, living in employer or furnished housing, living in crowded and multi-generational housing, contact with other farmers, other households, mobility, and another example. Additional financial risks and medical costs. The existence of plant disease due to the COVID-19 pandemic has caused farmers' finances to change. The original cost for plant disease control were used for other purposes, such as purchasing special foodstuff for self-isolation and for transportation. Now, additional relative financial risk. resulting from the burden of medical costs or lost time away from work. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic on agriculture, plant disease control has received less attention because the costs are used for medical treatment. The current crisis overtakes health system.
Bisanya ngitung depan itu.
In low-income farmers, where they are most fragile, it is most important to step up support to universal health coverage and avoiding the disruption in other critical healthcare provision. Lost time away from work. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the time to work in the field has been disrupted. Farmers are constrained by weak physical condition to continue work, or time is used up to care for families exposed to COVID-19, resulting in less or no time to work in the field or in other places. This results in a lack of attention to plants. Due to the COVID-19 and causing change in the behavior and health of farmers and producers, the role of plant pathogen also changes and causes agricultural disruption. The role of plant pathogen in disrupt agriculture, among others, the plant pathogen interfere more with the plant growth.
Excuse me, Prof. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Your time is 1 minute left.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then the pathogen cause more damage, lack of activities to prepare, less and no additional direct and unable to interact with others. Some example, if we go to the field when during the COVID-19 pandemic on tobacco field to give knowledge how to control the disease in tobacco, in coffea, Arabic coffea, in banana, in West Java, in cocoa, in North Sumatra, and that's the problem arise during the pandemic. And how to overcome is like the common overcome, like strict to have protocol, positive thinking, and also vaccination, and that's the success story to apply the secondary metabolites for biotic control. Especially the farmer can produce themselves after we guide and we give the skills to the farmer, especially in the state crops and in the horticultural crops. Thus, our presentation saw that plant pathogens play an important role in agricultural disturbances. So, thank you for your attention, and the time is given to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. And that is very valuable sharing for us. And now, please the committee to show. All right, now I would like to share the certificate of the plenary speakers. We are very thank you for your sharing, Prof. And we still have a question and answer after all the plenary speakers give the presentation. Please stay with us until the session, and thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we invite the second panel speaker is Miss Afroza Ahtatina, and I will share the short biography of her. Wait a minute, Miss. I will share your biography first. All right. Miss Ahroza Ahtatina is a senior lecturer in the Department of English at Daffodil International University and as assistant proctor Danmodi campus, Daffodil International University. And she is also International Teacher Association Senior Director in Educational for Bangladesh. And she is also organizing secretary of the Society of Bangladesh, an Association of Applied Linguistics and ELT practitioners. And there are so many of her biography here, and I can read it a lot, but then I can show you. And then, without the further ado, please welcome Ms. Afroza Ahtatina, and she will share the topic entitled The Use of Alternative Assessment in Everyday Classroom Practices. Ms. Afroza, time is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, Miss, clearly enough.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the committee, the authority of the 4th International Conference, Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021, for sharing this wonderful platform with all of us. And this time, I'm very happy with the topic which I will be sharing today. That's because these days I feel that this topic of alternative assessment is something very, very significant as we are moving towards the post-COVID era. And it's not only important for the teachers, but also very, very important for the students as well. So as you can see, today my topic is use of alternative assessments in everyday classroom practices and experience sharing from EFL classes. Now, I believe as teachers, we all are familiar with the idea of alternative assessment. We all know what is an alternative assessment, but still, if I have to focus on the topic, then definitely it is actually students' performance. This alternative assessment mainly focuses on students' performance on tasks that require extended time, complex thinking, integration of subject matter knowledge, learning, experience sharing, and etc. And of course, it determines what students can and cannot do in contrast to what they do or do not know. So this is the beauty of alternative assessment. Now, we all are familiar with different types of assessments, I guess. And in most of the cases, being an educator, being a teacher, I also feel the same, that in most of the cases, we follow traditional assessments, traditional type of assessments, because we have to follow a syllabus, then we have specific question patterns maybe, and examination pattern. So yes, of course, mainly we focus on traditional assessment. Alternative assessment actually is on the growth and performance of these students gradually, and of course, not in predetermined way. So that is the most significant thing about alternative assessment. Here, actually, the students, the teachers all together can measure their own understanding, own learning, performances, obviously on their own, but of course not in predetermined way. So there is that opportunity to design the tool the way I want in terms of assessing my students alternatively. Now, there are a lot of ideas regarding alternative assessments, a lot of ideas. Here I have mentioned very few. For example, plotting a family tree, conducting interview, creating infographic, which is also very, very popular when we think of language classes, writing how-to manual, then presenting opposite points of view, producing multimedia interactive posters, these days online posters, obviously, designing travel brochure, e-brochure, maybe you can say, then reflection diaries, and then dramatization. Specifically, this tool or idea is very, very significant when we think of, teaching a drama course or novels or something like that. And then, of course, gathering real world examples, then portfolio assessment. Now we focus on e-portfolio assessment, and then observation based assessment, questionnaires, surveys, assessment cards. So there are actually thousands of ideas. And now it's high time to select one or two the way we want to measure our learners' performances, and also the way we want to improve our performances based on the learners' feedback. Now here in today's presentation, I would focus on 4 different types of alternative assessments. But as you can see, there are thousands of ideas, but here today we would focus on 4. Yes, of course, these are my favorite 4s. Now the first one is reflection diaries. The next one is e-portfolios, and then individual assessment cards. And the next one is progressive I can statements. Now here I must say that the ideas came from an e-teacher online scholarship course. All the ideas actually came from that online scholarship course that I got in 2017. And regarding that course, I actually came up with a lot of different ideas regarding alternative assessments. And since then, I am applying some tools in each and every semesters with my students. Now, let us start with portfolio as an alternative assessment. I believe as educators, as teachers, we are familiar with the idea of portfolio, maintaining portfolio. But as we are online these days and no one knows when the situation will be before 2020. So here the focus is on e-portfolios, online portfolios. But whatever actually we do, we all know that portfolio is used to assess, evaluate, and grade students' work using rating scale, the numerical or letter score. So that is the beauty of portfolio assessment. And there are a lot of things that could be actually in an e-portfolio, online portfolio, like files of various formats, writing samples, because we give our students writing tasks so they can include all these samples gradually, their drafts over there in the e-portfolio, their projects, classwork, homework, extracurricular activities, and a lot of other things the way the teacher wants. So I believe that this definitely is a very, very significant tool when we think of alternative assessments in the classroom. Now, the next one is reflection diaries, reflective diaries, whatever we say. And here I would like to add that in the last semester, I actually have maintained this. I have practiced this in my class and also with the fresher. So with the fresher, I have actually tried to maintain these reflection diaries. All my new students who came to the university, who started their journey in the university last semester, they actually maintained reflection diaries, and somehow they felt at the end of this semester that they now actually at least could get the point that where is the gap, where are the gaps, and what are the things that they need to focus on at this moment, specifically in terms of developing their writing skills. So with writing skills, I definitely believe that this reflection diaries, reflective diaries, could be very, very beneficial for both teachers and students. As you can see, that the students may reflect on the teaching and learning activities. They may, it also give them the opportunity to search for and express their learning in their personal ways, in their own ways, which is also very important. And also to really relate and apply their learning to their own teaching and assessment practice. Because we know, as an English language teacher in our university, our students go for internship projects. So in most of the cases, we find that most of the students become English teachers at the end of the day. So this reflection diaries also help them, to reassess their own teaching and learning practices. Now, what is needed actually, I have mentioned a lot of things about two different tools, e-portfolios and reflection diaries. But the things that we need the most regarding all these tools is that building up feedback on their work and documentation. So proper documentation, and without proper feedback, actually everything will go in vain. So we should keep these two important points in our mind. And the next interesting, very, very interesting tool that I would be focusing on is using individual assessment cards. I don't know whether as teachers you are familiar with these assessment cards or not, but the idea was totally new for me. In 2017, I got the idea for the very first time. And since then, I have been customizing my card in my own way and have been practicing this in the classroom. And believe me, this individual assessment card is very, very important in terms of collecting instant feedback. Now, this is the background actually of this assessment card. This assessment card has been proposed and prepared by Clive Lovelock, who actually was a Japanese teacher, and he came up with the idea, and later actually many other teachers at many universities and different educational institutions applied this assessment card, and they found it very, very effective and helpful. Now, when we think of these assessment cards, actually there are 4 points, 4 guiding principles which should be in the mind. For example, we may start with obtaining, storing, retrieving, and using a specific language. In my case, obviously, it's the usage of English language. And the next point is about the students' active involvement in the learning process, which is also very much associated with this assessment card. And the next one is consciousness raising. And finally, social strategies and different types of communication strategies are also very, very related when we think of, using this assessment card in the classroom. Now, this was Lovelock's assessment card. Lovelock, as I have mentioned, was a Japanese teacher. So this is the card with which he came up. This is one side of the card. As you can see, there are a lot of information over here. This is the other side of the card. So each card has 2 sides, and this is the other side of that card. As you can see, there are very, very interesting keys actually over here. For example, with E, whether the student has spoken in English or not. With C, whether they have communicated in English or not. Q, whether they have asked any question or not. So an individual student actually, each of the students will carry an individual card, and each of them will be filling up the card gradually. So that was his idea. So it is not that the teacher is going to fill up this card, rather each of the students will fill up their own cards, and this is how they will be filling it up. Now, definitely there are some important things to be noted over here, because at the beginning of each and every tools, of course, the students should be familiar. The students should have clear understanding about that tool or about the way of assessment, because if they don't know or if they don't have clear ideas, of course, everything will go in vain. So they should know actually how the teacher is going to use that assessment card or anything, reflection diaries or e-portfolios. And obviously, in each and every class, as a language teacher, I engage my students through different activities which last up to 10 to 15 minutes. And I believe that at the end of each of the activities, this is an interesting way, to collect their feedback. Of course, this is a customized card. I have customized this card on my own way. As you can see, this is not Lovelock's card, but this is my customized assessment card. This is how I prepared the card. I have actually gave it to all these students, and they are responsible to fill the card on their own. So this is how I'm collecting information from them. Yes, of course, that doesn't mean that we can only rely on the card and we don't need to, look at several issues. We don't need to look at our students, understanding in some other ways. It's not like that. But the thing is, this definitely gives the students some responsibility. This also helps them to become autonomous learner. It also helps them to, measure their own learning. So That is why it is very, very interesting and beneficial, specifically in language classrooms. And the last strategy that I will be focusing on is using progressive I can statements, which definitely is important to promote learner confidence. And it has been developed by Fife McDuff, Khadija, and Caroline, these three teachers, and they also came up with the idea when while teaching a writing course actually in the universities. And yes, of course, there are explanation how this progressive I can statement can work. And if I move on, as we have shortage of time, this is an example activity. For example, I have a reading classes with my students. For example, if I give them a reading comprehension, a passage, and if I ask them these two questions, I believe you would get the point that how the students will be assessing their own way of understanding regarding that specific passage through this progressive I can statement. For example, you may look at the second point, assess your writing with the help of I can statement. So for example, if a student writes an argumentative essay, and if he or she has a checklist, then he or she can, you know, measure on his or her own that whether I could write this or that, I can write an argumentative essay or not, whether I can write a proper introduction or not, I can write a proper conclusion or not, I can use, you know, blah, 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 etc. So yes, of course, there should be some checklist, but other than all these, even if we don't have checklist, that doesn't mean that the students won't be, you know, engaged through this kind of specific tool, because it may vary. As you can see, there are a lot of points over here, so it may vary from stage to stage, because it doesn't mean that we'll have to apply this tool with the class 4 5th standard students. It could be used with advanced level of students as well. As you can see, we can level up the way we want. So it depends on the teacher actually, how he or she wants to engage the students and assess the students through this specific tool. Now, in general, if I have to say, obviously there are some disadvantages sometimes of using alternative assessments, because sometimes it's hard to evaluate and it could be costly, specifically when we think of, you know, maintaining portfolio. And yes, sometimes there could be some inaccurate reflection of student progress and knowledge. But in spite of all these, I believe that yes, of course, if I can engage our students through activities like this at the end of the day, obviously we would get at least the basic idea whether the students have got the points or not, whether they were engaged throughout the lesson or not, whether they were with me in the session or not. So yes, of course, it's important and very, very important. And as teachers, if I have to move on, we have a lot of responsibilities. We can't rely on all these tools every time, as I have mentioned. We can just rely on these tools. Rather, we should be all these things, starting from controller, organizer, participant, assessor, prompter, resource, tutor, observer. So, well, a teacher is everything for students. And finally, I would like to end with this quote, not quote, actually, a very interesting idea, which I love. Knowing what students know is very important for me. I repeat, knowing what students know is very, very important for me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my experiences with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Afroza. But when before we share our appreciation of your presentation, would you please turn on your camera so that we can show your beautiful face, ma'am? All right, thank you very much. Yes, please, the committee to share the appreciation for Ms. Afroza.
Actually, my camera is not working in that way. That is why I didn't switch on.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, now I will share the certificate of our appreciation for your presentation, Miss. Wait a minute. All right, thank you very much for your kind sharing. And then please don't go anywhere because we still have one plenary session. And at the end of the plenary session, we should also have the question and answer session. Thank you once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we come up to the third plenary speaker is Dr. Abdul Ghaffur MPD. He is President of Indonesian Education Share to Care Volunteers Indonesia, and then I will share his short biography first. Wait a minute. All right. Dr. Abdul Ghaffur MPD. He is an associate professor of language teaching at State Islamic Institute of Madura, Indonesia, as a senior lecturer in IAIN Madura, who teach in faculties of education for about 17 years. He joined doctoral program at postgraduate of Surabaya, Indonesia on language teaching. And he is also a PhD student of Muhammadiyah Malang University. And there are so many biography of him, and I cannot read all because of the limited time, and I will stop the share screen. And now we invite Dr. Abdul Ghaffur MPD, and he will share the topic about the language power in social media, interaction, agreement, and disagreement. Time is yours, sir.
Thank you, Eva, for the moderators. And first of all, I would like to thanks for the committee who invite me dealing with this kind of programs. And so my honorable to the rectors of Universitas Siliwangi, Professor Dr. Haji Rudi Priadi, Insinyur MS. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to share the material dealing with the language power in social media, interactions, agreement, and disagreements. Okay, as already explained by moderators, it will be my short biography. Okay, what will be covered dealing with the material going to share in this occasion? The first one, we are going to talk about the language power or language and politics. And the next one, the social media, social interaction. And the last one's going to talk about agreement and disagreement dealing with the material. Well, language and powers. Talking about the language as power, it will be something that dealing with the language of politics, okay? Well, Noam Chomsky, an American who found a linguistic theorist that human beings are pre-wired to learn language. Noam Chomsky is a famous linguist, philosopher, and cognitive scientist. He's also known his contribution to generative transformational school of linguistics. He also called the fathers of modern linguistics. In his theory, in the rational approach, he went beyond the descriptive influence. He was interested in what and why, reason, environment factors, generic factors, and circumstances that affect or control an event. This is a meaning to study and analyze Chomsky's theories and point of view dealing with the concept of language in politics. It's also known by his theory dealing with the language acquisition device, that kind of a component of the native theory, that it is an innate mental capacity which encodes the major principles and grammatical structure of language. Noam Chomsky thinks that language never developed, but the capacity of language, it will be developed. Therefore, and using this encoding system, facilities, and accelerated learning, so that the theory involved to be later called UG or universal grammars. He worked on the controversial theory that I told you just now, the UG itself. He believed that children do not need a stimulus to learn a language. That language itself will become natural if a parent are speaking around the children, and the child will produce a language on his accordingly. That he remarked, observe, and conclude that language on his own accordingly. And also Chomsky believed that when the language competence develop, other cognitive abilities and performance will be integrated. This will be support the method of evaluation that teachers need, because if a teachers want to evaluate students' competence, he can observe and also test the learners' performance, such kind of reading, writing, and also speaking. And talking about this one, speaking, writing, and also readings are integral in our daily life, in our everyday life, where language is the primary tool to express our communication. For today, we use such kind of social media to express anything dealing with our mind. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, language power itself will be a political institutions of those who are wise in its ways, capable of using it to shape and serve an important personal and social goals, that will be the one who are empowered, that able, that is not merely to participate effectively in the world, but able to act upon it, in the sense that they can strive for significant social change, as stated by M. Akka Halliday. Those, have you ever heard language politics? Language politics is the way language and word are used in the political arena. Such kind of elections, they are happening all around the world, and language has a huge impact on the way countries move forward. Giving recent midterm election in the United States, for example, we thought we would like to take a look at the development of the language and rhetoric in politics itself. For example, George Orwell, who famously wrote in 1984 about the way leaders change vocabulary to shape the message thought processes. And this is definitely something that is not lost on political. The political itself, the political scientist itself, as Noam Chomsky explained in his book, Language and Politics, who exactly how word a currency of power in election. That is why language power dealing with the language they used by the politicals. And the communication and speech writing are the keys to swaying voters. And in democracy, the system calls for the people to buy into what politicians are saying in their campaign speeches. Take a look for today's words are incredibly important in politics, given the abundance of false information available to voters on the internet. Such when the President Donald Trump was elected in 2016, the term alternative fact became popular at that time. Widely to describe what different news outlets were reporting about various scandals surrounding the new administrations. Such kind of Obama who said that together we can, like that is one. So in this case, the word has a power, the power of the center of the word itself. So in this case, dealing with this kind of language power, the notion of political discourse does not remain limited to the institutional field of the politics itself. That kind of parliamentary discourse, election campaign, party programs, speeches, and others, but open to all linguistic manifestations that may be considered to be political, provided that it is convincingly argued what makes them political. In order that to illuminate new and old form of political discourses in transdisciplinary perspective and elaborated linguistic methodologies have the complement of each other. When talking about the language of politics, it cannot be separated from the politics of the language itself. So in this case, when we are going to use the language, mean that we are staying in the context of politics of the language itself. Okay, the language of the politics. The politics is concerned with the power. Who's the power? The one who uses the language itself. The power to make the decisions, to control resources, to control other people's behavior, and to control their values. What are actually the features of language used by politicians? In this case, any kind of language use, any kind of the sentence use with the definition and others, showing them actually who they are, actually who the speakers. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and also the participants, language is a thought control. In this case, why do people or politicians choose their words carefully? In this case, they believe implicitly in linguistic relativity. They believe in the power of language to influence thought. One word, one sentence dealing with all conditions that spoken by them will be influenced to others, to the listeners, to the mass. So in this case, they are very carefully to choose their word. As of today, when we are going to use any kind of sentence, then we share to others by using social media. Think about the others. We have freely to share, but in this case, there is so many kind of limitation that make others people confused. Maybe other people will be influenced by this kind of sentence. Social media. Talking about the social media itself, we are going to give you some kind of questions. What is social media? Social media is a set of a software or application and web tool that help users interact online, share content, and develop a personalized network of friends, colleges, or organizations. And every individual uses their network differently, and there are no set rules about what is right for each side. And however, the key word here is social. Users come to the social media site to talk, be friends, share ideas, and hear the latest news. They do not, in general, log into their accounts, intending to buy something. Even on more curious focused sites, such kind of LinkedIn, direct sales message, have to be done only rarely and with care. Instead of the posting simply buy me message for your book and others, there are plenty of other approaches. In this case, you could consider the following such kind of write an article about your work and post a link in a relevant group or maybe such kind of open source journal like this one. It is something that happened for today's social media. This kind of definition will be influence us on the using of the social media itself, on the choosing which social media that is suitable with our need. Such kind of forum, join a group relevant to your work, and keep an eye to other users' comment. If someone asking a question, can you answer? Then answer it and put in a link to your homepage or blog or anywhere that make your book can be found. There's something in the news relevant to your work. Make sure your friend and colleagues know it is short. The social media itself work best if you participate and support the communities you join. In this case, it will depend on the person itself, when they're choosing the social media, when they're choosing of such kind of smart devices, it is something that are very famous for today's. Well, ladies and gentlemen, actually, what do you know dealing with the social media? In this case, social media refers to website and application that are designed to allow people to share content quickly and communicate with each other. I'm so sure that you all for today's, it is something that is very famous, that all people need. Even in the pandemic's COVID-19 era, this kind of social media will be something that is very important to connect each other while they are staying at home. Now, take a look on the fact about the social media itself. The Facebook is still the biggest social media network within 1.59 billion users worldwide and with 70 daily login statistics. More men are on YouTube and LinkedIn, while women dominate Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook and others. That around 90% of teens go online every day. 70% use more than social media site. Around 80% of adults in social media are on a Facebook, followed by 23% all LinkedIn. Of course, the social media site influence purchase in different ways. Talking about the Facebook itself, LinkedIn, and also Twitter, the sites that described here are among the best known and most popular in every case. Connecting with someone on social media requires mutual consent, and either side can choose to break the connections. One thing that is very important note, if you're concerned about the privacy, be sure to check out the privacy setting on all the social media sites you use. Saying the default setting are not everyone pays. For example, the Facebook that has 800 million users, making a good place to promote your book on others. So in this case, the social media itself will be something that is suitable with your own need. And others, such as our LinkedIn with any kind of information dealing with yours to find a job and others. Okay. Now, take a look on the importance of the social media. For today, as we know that social media plays vital role in various fields, most probably in business, education, etc. The social platform that help you connect with customers, friends, colleagues, help to increase awareness of your brand and boost your lead and sales. And also the social media is also a good tool for education. Why we have to say that it is a good for education? The happening for today, the pandemic COVID-19 make us stay at home. The online learning should be done based on the school to the students, based on the teachers to the students, based on the lecturers to the college student and others. The outcome of this one is a very important for today by using such kind of social media to interact with each others around us. While the type of social media as even the most popular in our daily life will be such kind of a social bookmarkings, yeah, social knowledge, social networking, social photo sharing, social video sharing, and it will be talking about their platform, the application, all the website that already used by us, such as our LinkedIn for the book, social bookmarking, Wikipedia, open source journal, Facebook, Twitter, social video sharing, YouTube, and also Instagram and others. It's all the social media that is used by them. In this case, they have to be careful on the use of the language. Okay, why? Because of language is a power, and the power itself will be dealing with who use the language, who read the language, who feel the language itself. Okay, while some element of the social media will be talking about the listening on research, content marking, engagement committee management, and also promoting and advertising, and for the last one, measurements. This kind of data, this kind of option will be used by the one who need the information. Now, for today, we talk about linguistic revolution between the language power that you use, between the language of the social media used by them. There are so many kind of language revolution that used by them. By the way, BTW, be right back, and others. There's so many kinds that each other understand about this one. And it will be a new word for them. This is called what I want, that it will be linguistic revolutions. Only them who active in the social media who understand with this kind of word. Okay. In the context of this one, the language changed without changing the meaning, but the change on the compositions. It will be the phenomenon by which permanent alteration are made in the features, and the use of the language over time. All natural language change, and language change affect all areas of language use. Type of language change include sounds change, lexical change, semantic change, and syntactic change. The brand of linguistics that is especially concerned with change in the language or in language use over time is historical linguistics, also known diachronic linguistics. For example, in observation, for centuries, people have speculated about the cause of language. The cause of language in itself. The problem is not one of thinking up possible causes, but of deciding which to take seriously. Even when we have eliminated the lunatic frame theories, we are left with an enormous number of possible causes to take into consideration. And then part of the problem is that there are several different causative factors at work, not only in language as a whole, but also in any change. We can begin by defining proposed causes of change into two broad categories. One, hence, there are external socio-linguistic factors, and the other one will be social factors outside the language system. On the other hand, there are internal psycholinguistic one. This is a linguistic and psychological factor which reside in the structure of the language and the mind of the speakers itself, the mind of the user itself. While in the sociology, social interaction itself will be a dynamic sequence of social action between individuals or group, who is modifying their action and reactions due to action by their interaction partners. Social interaction can be differentiated into accidental, repeated, and also regular and regulated. And finally, a social interaction itself will be a social exchange between two or more individuals. So in this case, the language use will be changed by them. After that, all the people going to imitate the use of this one. That kind of brother, then we call bro. That kind of sister, then we call sis, and others. And it will be something that is familiar for them. That's one that we call on the social interaction itself. It can be studied between group or two, or three or larger social group. In this case, the social interactions will be an exchange between two or more individuals and is building a block of society with its own need, with the same need, with the same purpose. So social interaction can be studied between a group or two, three, or large social group by interacting with one another. People design a role, institution, and also the system within which they seek to live. Now take a look on the social interaction itself. As I explained you just now, that a social interaction is an action between two or more individuals and is building block of society. The social interaction can be studied between group of two, three, or larger social group by interacting with one another. People design rules, institution, and system within which they seek to live. The symbols are used to communicate the expectation of a given society to those new to it. And also the empirical study of social interaction is one of the subjects of microsociology. The method include symbolic interactionism and ethnomethodology, as well as later academic subdivision and studies such as psychosocial studies, conversational analysis, and humans conflict interaction. With the symbolic interactionism, reality that is seen as social developed interaction with others, while ethnomethodology question how people's interaction can create the illusion of a shared social order despite not understanding each other fully and having differing perspective. While the agreement and also the disagreement, we'll be talking about a disagreement is a force that was explicitly responsive to other messages and to position incompatible with the prior message, and an agreement any post that was explicitly responsive to a prior message and took the same position as the message, though agreement could and often did go beyond just echoing that shared positions. Ladies and gentlemen, and also the participants, in this context of the empirical study of the social interaction just now, it will be influenced on the context of disagreement and also agreement with the message share, with the sentence share by the user itself. Well, on the social factors associated with disagreement and agreement offline and online, in this case, the majority of social factors emphasized in connection with disagreement and agreement related to hearings 2007. The concept of participant characteristic, culture, participant relationship, participation, framework, diversity, community, and audience, and gender of the participant, and also the online and offline identities of interlocutors, the relationship they maintain, establish or attempt to change, and the rules and obligation that take an emergent interaction or influence language use in general, and also the disagreement and agreement in particulars. Okay, now take a look on the context of this one on the agreement and also disagreement. The first and prefers frame culture and participant relationship. In this case, we have to be known how we use the sentence itself, how we understand enough with the word that going to be shared. If the word itself will be agree with on the sender and also the receiver, it will be mean nothing. But if one another disagree with the sentence itself, it is will be some kind of risk. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. And also the participation of formats. We have to be sure, we have to be agree which kind of format that we are going to share with them. So it is not allow you to send anything with no function about this one. Now take a look about the medium factors associated with this agreement and also agreement online. We're going to talk about the anonymity and lack of social context cause of flamings. And the second one will be message format persistence of transcript and wording responsive. Both anonymity and lack of social context goes in connection with the prominence of tag. It have been associated with decreased social inhibitions. That these factors generally comparison with face-to-face interaction. This factor generally translate into seemingly contradictory effect with regard to social practice. For example, of aggressive and disrespectful behavior, including flaming itself, and also increase in the friendliness and intimacy. While the message format will be dealing with the persistence of transcript and quoting responsiveness, the three medium factor we just have a clear impact on how this or agreement are realized by using a format. I mean the message format, which is refers to the order in which messages appear, what information is appended automatically to each, and how it is visually presented, and what happened when the viewing windows become filled with the message.
Excuse me, dear doctor.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt you. Your time is 1 minute left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, next. And on the disagreement and the exercise of power, the understanding of the power is put in a words that applies to all language use. Each discourse move produced by a blog, produced by the user of the social media, or rather theoretically constrains the action environment of one's interlocutors, as it creates a potential expectation for response, as stated by Lausers in his book. Any linguistic interaction between individuals can be interpreted as a restricting action environment. As social interactions are engaged in conversation, they can be to propel each other along. Finally, I could conclude that the characterize disagreement and agreement to address responsiveness and to illustrate ties between disagreement and the exercise of the power of the language itself. So be careful when you use such kind of language, because a language has a power, especially in a social media. Thank you. I back to moderator, Teh Eva.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Ghafoor. And then now please the committee to share our appreciation for his presentation. The committee, please share. All right, now I will share the certificate for our appreciation. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdul Ghafoor, for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Question and answer session. Okay, I'm so sorry, I said technical problem here. Now I will read the question from the chat box. Is there any here? All right, the first question is from Pak Yaya Sunaria. My question to Professor Susanto: what would you suggest the government do to keep the farmer spirit to do their activity on farm activities during this hardness like during the pandemic? Would you please directly to answer the question, sir?
Yes, thank you for the question from Mr. Yaya Tunaya. My suggestion, the answer of the question is already right in the chat box, the public, but I would like to answer directly that my suggestion to the government is the first is to give freely and easily opportunity to farmers to get a vaccine, because this is important one to feel safe during the activity in on farm, and also to give a support to support food stuff for the farmers who get the illness because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Another one is to give knowledge practices, especially related to the agriculture, how to monitor the plant, how to spray the fertilizer, or how to spray the fungicide or pesticide, for example, and how to know that soil is already prepared, and another one. That's the point. And the other one is to support the maybe something easily with the application. That's the answer.
Thank you very much for the answer, dear Prof. And then actually here is many questions directed to the Miss Afroza, but then I cannot see Miss Afroza still here. He said that we'll be back because her
Has a class.
Class, yes.
Yep.
And then is there any question that okay, still from Miss Afroza, I think. Well, we still have a time. If you want to give the question to two plenary speaker, please raise your hand, and then you can directly address the question, if any. We invite the audience, if you still have any question, to the two plenary speaker here, Dr. Abdul Gofur and then Professor Lucas Susanto, please. All right, I think that is clear enough because there's no one raise the hand. And then thank you very much once again to all the plenary speakers to join our conference. And we do hope we will see you again in the next agenda. I do apologize during this session if I haven't mistaken. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you,
Waalaikumsalam
Eva.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Back to the MC, please.
Thank you, Mrs. Santiana, for accompanying our presenter in plenary session. And then, all right, everyone, now it's break time, but we still have the parallel session for today after the break time. You are pleased to have a rest, and the conference will continue at 10 to 1. See you in the next session. Thank you.
Dusun Palasari terletak di Desa Sukahurip, Kecamatan Ciaurbeti, Kabupaten Ciamis, Jawa Barat. Berada di kawasan ex-situ Suaka Marga Satwa, Gunung Sawah. Mata pencaharian utama masyarakat Dusun Palasari adalah bertani. Dusun Palasari memiliki banyak potensi, mulai dari kekayaan sumber daya alam hingga sumber daya manusianya. Di samping potensi yang berlimpah, Dusun Palasari juga memiliki problematika. Masyarakat belum memiliki pengetahuan yang cukup, penghasilan yang belum maksimal, dan sederet permasalahan lain. Untuk alasan itu, kami hadir mendampingi masyarakat Dusun Palasari, KKN Salosi, terdiri dari 12 mahasiswa Universitas Siliwangi, Tasikmalaya, mengabdi untuk memberdayakan masyarakat dengan potensi yang ada, dengan membawa 5 kegiatan utama: pelatihan hanian, kawasan ramah pangan lestari, workshop edukasi konservasi, pengadaan olahan pangan khas daerah yang baru, dan menjembatani masyarakat dengan pemangku kepentingan untuk berkolaborasi bersama. Selain itu, banyak kegiatan lain yang dilakukan, mulai dari membuat film percontohan, apotek hidup, serta menghabiskan waktu dan menciptakan momen kehangatan bersama warga Dusun Palasari.
Hai, nama saya Mulyani. Saya mahasiswi Universitas Siliwangi angkatan 2017 dari jurusan Agrikultur. Saya adalah relawan pojok rakyat di Bumi Teh Mandiri. Tugas saya adalah sebagai koordinator kegiatan akademik di masyarakat Bojong Gambir. Dan kami di sini adalah sekelompok mahasiswa yang sedang menjawab permasalahan stagnasi industri teh rakyat Tasikmalaya, khususnya di Bojong Gambir.
You scared, 'cause I am too. This fear in my head.
Awal muasal kami berada di sini dirintis oleh Kak Acep yang merupakan pendiri dari startup Nusa Desa. Dengan sebuah program listing yang bernama Kerabat Desa yang bertujuan untuk mempertemukan permasalahan desa dengan anak muda sebagai agen pembawa perubahan. Selama kami di Bojong Gambir, sejauh ini ditemukan 4 tantangan utama yang perlu dicari solusinya agar industri teh rakyat di sini dapat berdaya saing dan mampu mengangkat ekonomi masyarakat hingga layak. Pertama adalah kurangnya inovasi pengolahan, sehingga produk yang dihasilkan cenderung monoton dari waktu ke waktu. Hal ini tentu akan melemahkan daya dobrak pasar dari teh Bojong Gambir. Yang kedua, rendahnya minat generasi muda Bojong Gambir untuk meneruskan tradisi bertani dan mengolah teh, menjadikan industri ini terancam keberlangsungannya di masa depan. Tantangan selanjutnya adalah panjangnya rantai bisnis saat ini yang menekan harga jual teh dari petani. Terakhir, isu kerusakan lingkungan yang mengakibatkan sulitnya pasokan air di musim kemarau, yang mampu menurunkan pendapatan petani teh hingga 90%. Dalam mengurai permasalahan tersebut, kami bekerja sama dengan seluruh komponen yang terkait, mulai dari masyarakat, pemerintah, akademik, hingga pihak bisnis, untuk menciptakan solusi bersama dalam memajukan industri rakyat Bojong Gambir.
Dari Bojong Gambir ya, udah disukseskan bareng penerusan desa, terus petani dan pengusaha juga.
Tentunya tidak tanpa kendala yang bermunculan, namun banyak hal menyenangkan juga mewarnai cerita kami di sini.
Tempatnya rusak.
Itu hasil data analisa pasar.
Hari-hari kami di Bojong Gambir dihabiskan bersama keluarga Pak Ion sebagai petani lokal sekaligus keluarga asuh yang menampung kami di sini. Kami diajari Pak Yur tentang teh, mulai dari yang paling mendasar, yaitu membuat teh secara tradisional. Di kelas hari demi hari, kami dituntun untuk mengenal masyarakat serta kondisinya yang terus terang seringkali membuat hati ini terkoyak. Cukup sudah. Sekarang saatnya kita bergerak untuk membalikkan kondisi ini. Sebuah karya berdampak harus segera diwujudkan sebagai langkah permulaan yang akan membangkitkan pergerakan.
Nanti ada tim rakit.
Inilah buah karya kami dengan masyarakat dalam menjawab tantangan tersebut. Dan inilah Boga Teh, Bojong Gambir Teh, sebuah simbol yang menandai kebangkitan industri teh rakyat Bojong Gambir.
Dan langsung membeli 2 case.
Boga Teh adalah satu dari sekian banyak cerita kami di Bojong Gambir yang tidak hanya muncul sebagai harapan bagi masyarakat untuk berkembang, namun pula menjadi refleksi bagi kami sebagai anak muda yang perannya ditunggu-tunggu di masyarakat dan tidak hanya mementingkan masa depan pribadinya semata tanpa peduli sesama. Sekarang, Desa Bojong Gambir telah memiliki pusat pengembangan inovasi yang bernama Institut Bumi Teh Mandiri. Dan kamu bisa ikut bergabung dengan kita bersinergi bersama dalam mengembangkan industri teh rakyat Tasikmalaya.
Mohon mangga. Ti abi we mohon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the fourth Siliwangi International Conference on Innovation in Research 2021. As the information, it is an annual program that held by Institute for Research, Community Services and Education Quality Assurance, Siliwangi University. Now we bring the theme, the future of disruptive innovation to strengthen competitive advantages in multidimensional aspects. Now, we are moving to parallel session 1, but before that, for your information, the attendance list will be sent after the parallel session on the chat box. To all participants, you are pleased to enter the breakout room. We have 3 breakout rooms and you can choose the room you want to join. And please to all the presenters in parallel session 1 to enter your own group, or I mean your own room. There are 3 rooms, room 1, room 2, and room 3. For all the participants and presenters, you can enter the breakout rooms right now. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, I not see the break room.
All right. I do apologize for the technical issue. We will contact the committee for maybe we will wait for a minute.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, everyone, can you see the breakout rooms right now?
Not yet. Hmm. Oh, okay. All right. I see. Thank you.
Not yet.
All right, for the presenters, you can enter the breakout rooms, and also the participants, you can choose the room that you want to join.
I cannot get the breakout room.
Amin.
No, we know where's the
Ingin
breakout
diri,
room
Pak.
because we check it in chats. There is no breakout rooms over there.
For whoever who didn't see the breakout rooms, you have to make sure that your Zoom apps has already updated.
We are pleased you to join the breakout room. You can choose any kinds of breakout room. There are 3 rooms here, and you can choose one of them. Thank you. Once again, I inform you to join the breakout room. You can choose one of the breakout rooms available, please. Please try again, sir. You can find out in the breakout room icon, and then you can choose one of them. All right, you can take a look in your laptop. There are breakout room item, and then you can click that one. After that, you can click the room you would be entered. The breakout room mostly in the bottom. You can click the icon breakout room and then choose one of the room available. The breakout room icon at the bottom part of your Zoom screen, and then you click that. After that, you can choose one of the rooms available there.
Bapak jadwal waktu kampusnya hari apa lagi?
Saya
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attention, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next session for plenary speakers. In this session, we have two speakers. The first, Dr. Dragan Javanov, Faculty of Agricultural Sciences and Food, Macedonia academician, educator, humanist, researcher, scientist, phytotherapist, Macedonia, with the title Influence of Active Substance on Herbal Plants as Protection Against COVID-19. And for the second speaker, Dr. Haji Asep Suryana Abdul Rahmat, MCAS, Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Siliwangi University, Indonesia, with the title Community Resistance to the COVID-19 Vaccination Program. And in this session, the moderator is Dr. Nurul Fadilah M.Hum, IAIN Lok Semawe, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. For Dr. Nurul Fadilah M.Hum, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given to me. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah? Okay. So is it clear?
Yes, it's very clear.
Thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony who have given me the time. Let me introduce myself first. I am Dr. Nurul Fadilah. Everyone else usually call me Lulu. So Mr. Dr. Dragan, maybe in between our communication, you can call me Lulu. Yeah. And I am as an English lecturer from State Islamic Institute of Lok Semawe. It is located in Aceh Province, one of the university. I am really proud and because I'm invited as a moderator that I can lead this eminent speakers today, two speakers for this session. So without any words, span more. So I will invite our first plenary speaker today, Dr. Dragan Javanov, who he is from Faculty of Agricultural Science and Food, Macedonia, academician, educator, humanist, researcher, scientist, phytotherapist, Macedonia. So you have a lot of experience and a lot of profession in this that I have read from your biodata, sir. It is very nice to know you, to see you today. How are you, sir?
Fine. You?
Fine. Yeah, I'm good. You can see from my face that I'm very excited to meet some speakers today. So Dr. Dragan will present about influence of active substances on herbal plants as protection against COVID-19. So it is related about our situation right now in pandemic era. Yeah. I will give the floor for you, Dr. Dragan. Please welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Dragan Javanov from Macedonia, Doctor of Agroecology and Phytomedicine. Thank you for the invitation. It's my honor. Today topic discussion is COVID-19. I have been working on modern phytomedicine for many years. What does that mean? Modern phytomedicine is medicine is part of the medical practice that causes prevention, treatment, and protection against bacteria, viruses, parasites, and virus diseases. Is today's panel discussion. I will tell you which herb to use in times of corona crisis to protect your health and health of your family. Phytomedicine require patient, but is also something that is probably the most healing, and anyone, regardless of financial status, can use it. Herbal plants for protection viruses and bacteria. sweet wormwood, black tea, dandelion, chamomilla, humus serpulum, wild oregano, Cartegus oxinata, Gentania lutea. SARS-CoV-2 virus or COVID is a virus that attack the etherical body, initially attacking blood vessels and the lungs. For the proposed prevention and treatment of blood vessels and protection of the lungs are needed. The following herbal plants that I will briefly explain are exactly the plants that I have researched and so far have helped people to protect themselves for COVID or those who have COVID to fix the immune system faster, to cleanse the blood vessels, to cleanse the lungs, and all toxins caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Artemisia annua has antiviral properties against many viral infections, including SARS-CoV-2 virus, influenza, herpes simplex, varicella zoster virus. This herbal plant is commonly used to purify the blood, liver, and lymph, purifies toxins in the body, strengthens the body immune system, and etc. Taraxacum officinale, laboratory studies of the antimicrobial properties of Taraxacum officinale say that its extract can significantly reduce the viral reproducibility of the dandelion. A similar effect was shown in pathogenic bacteria. This herbal plant also strengthens the blood content, cleanses the blood vessels and the whole organism of toxins. Black tea, almost all studies have shown that this has a great effect on the health of the heart and blood vessels. Scientists say that is especially good, that is prevents inflammation of the walls of blood vessels. Many diseases. 1 month later, study showed that patients who drinks black tea had a 50% improvement in heart function and vascular health compared to those who did not consume it, and also from the group of patients of high risk for heart attack fell into the group of patients with moderate risk. Apart from improving the function of the heart, this tea is also great for improving the function of the brain and the function of the health of the lungs. Scientists say that is a great drink that you should use during a period of physical and mental activity because it gives concentration, energy, and improves relax. Matricaria chamomilla contains compounds that can actually increase the production of white blood cells and B lymphocytes. The base function of B lymphocytes is to participate in the production of antibodies and immunoglobulin, which work to destroy viruses, bacteria, and fungi. Chamomilla also purifies the blood, calms the body, strengthens the immune system, protects against colds and flu. Tumus serpulum is used against bronchitis, pneumonia, laryngitis, cough, against intestinal diseases, diarrhea, to improve appetite, to bile and liver. Humus has antibacterial and antiviral effects and is recommended to be drunk in the winter against respiratory infections. It is also used to relieve bronchial asthma, collecting large amounts of mucus and in the bronchiales and other airway diseases. Humus oil can also be used in case of stroke, multiple sclerosis, multiple atrophy, rheumatism, and more. Humus is a strong antiseptic and antifungal, and is therefore used to treat all types of infection, viral, bacterial, fungal. Wild oregano vulgare, contains several essential oils such as carvicol, lemon, thymol, pinene, and others. Its leaves and flowers have antiseptic and anticonvulsant and anti-flatulence effect. It stimulates the secretion of the bile of the bile and stimulants, and it also used as a tonic. Fresh plants is an excellent source of antioxidants, vitamin C. This vitamin help the body development resistance to infections agents and to flush out harmful free radicals. It is one of the favorite plants of the people, and it's used as tea for strengthening for the treatment of diseases of the digestive and respiratory organs. It is also used against various inflammatory process of the skin and mucous membranes. Crategus oxinata strengthens the heart and is also used as a natural remedy to regulate blood pressure. It not only lowers blood pressure, but also raising hunger is in cases of impaired heart muscle. It has a beneficial effect on blockage of blood vessels, inflammation of the heart muscle, and against angina pectoris. In short, this help treat all types of heart diseases. Gentiana lutea, the bitter substance gentiopricin and amarogenicin, ingested in the body, stimulate tasted receptors in the mouth and case the secretion of juices in the stomach, in tastiness and bile. Therapy improve appetite, the instant absorption of food. Therapy strengthens the body. In medicine, lucho root is used to increase appetite, to strengthen and against high fever and seals. My research patent of viruses and immunity has so far period effective in researching 16,000 people during a pandemic. Next, herbal plant post-COVID stress period is valerian. Valerian is best now for its calming effect, and many do not know that this herbal plant actually has a much wider application. Although valerian root is especially recommended for relieving nervous tension, anxiety, irritability, and against insomnia. It gives extremely good results in insomnia caused by stress. Turmeric destroy accumulated amyloidosis in the brain. It stimulates the production of glutamine, which is essential antioxidants from brain health, helps balance serotonin, dopamine, improves memory, cleans blood vessels, improves circulation, regenerates joint and reduce inflammation in arthritis. Great fight against bacterial and fungal infections, helps to lose weight. Chamomile, it has some mild sedative effect, reduce anxiety, stress, and tension, stimulates the digestion, mild analgesic against relaxes muscle, improves liver function. Chamomile is used to reduce skin irritation, rashes, swelling, that as well as for the care of cracked and dry skin. Ginkgo biloba increase energy, strengthens the immune system, strengthens memory, improves brain function, cardiovascular diseases, improving brain function, is used for diabetic, and vitamins and minerals that help with post-COVID stress period. Potassium, the mineral potassium helps the proper function of the nervous system, regulate nerve impulses. Potassium plays important role in electrochemical impulses, where nerve cells use them to transmit signals across cells. Calcium, the mineral calcium, plays a role in regulating the action potential of nerve cells in your brain and throughout the body. Calcium helps cells initiate action potential and just helps them return to a normal position after the signal is propagated. Vitamin B12, one of the essential vitamins that help to nerve system of stress to the nerve system function normally. Cells break down complex carbohydrates and into glucose, a sugar that your brain uses as fuel to help in function properly. Vitamin B12 also supports the functioning of the nervous system by helping to maintain a healthy myelin and insulator that enables nerve transmission. Vitamin B reduces stress, gives energy, and makes their nerves function better. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ragan. That I can see from the pictures, the PowerPoint shared by the host. Since you're from the agriculture faculty, so I can see this is the research about the plant that you make it as a. If it is in Indonesian, we call it herbal medicine. Yeah, Dr. Ragan, are you there? Dr. Ragan? I wish I can ask some question for you. And I guess audience sister still host. He left or connection problem with him? I cannot see him in the screen. Hello? Has? Am I audible? Or it is problem with my connection?
Yes, you are audible.
Oh, okay. So I guess connection problem with Dr. Ragan. So he is not here anymore. But what I can conclude from his presentation that his research finally made medicine for sale. It is against the virus, and also it can be used for this COVID-19. Yeah, COVID-19 virus. And this is new for me that I heard about phytotherapists. Yeah, phytotherapists. The people who are researching about the plants that can against the disease. That is what from me that I can conclude from his from Dr. Dragan presentation. Next, we will move. Since we don't have Dr. Dragan anymore here, so I cannot offer the time for audience to ask some question. So we will move to the next speaker, Dr. Haji Asep Suryana Abdurrahmat, MKes, Dean of the Faculty of Health Science, Siliwangi University, Indonesia. MKes, yeah. So I guess he is also this is related to Dr. Dragan, to the previous speakers' research. It is also about the health, yeah, about medicine, medication, and health. The title is Community Resistance to the COVID-19 Vaccination Program. From this title, Dr. Dragan and also Dr. Asep title, we can see that many scientists do efforts how they can attack or how they can against with this pandemic or COVID-19 virus. I got information from the host that Mr. Asep is not here because he is still in meeting. So wait, I will try to contact again. Tehfa, are you there? Tehfa? Hello? Tehfa?
Yes.
Yeah. I
just
got
got the
information.
information. Yeah.
Yeah, about Dr. Asep that he is not here because he is in meeting still. So is there any video or something, or I can?
Maybe I will share the PPT. It's okay.
The PPT. But there is no explanation about the PPT. I will read it. So I will read. Yeah. So I can help to read.
All right. Take care.
Even though I
Anyway.
am not what to say researcher about this kind of things,
It's
yeah.
okay.
But I can help to read. All of us are researchers, so when we read some things about the article about what anything that is not related to our education background, I guess anyone can understand because we are researcher. Okay, this is the PowerPoint of Dr. Asep about the problem of COVID-19 vaccination. So this is the core issue, yeah, vaccination in Indonesia, community resistance. Okay. Next. Coronavirus disease, COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Most people who fall sick with COVID-19 will experience mild to moderate symptoms and recover without special treatment. However, some will become seriously ill and require medical attention. I guess some of Universitas Siliwangi members also experience this for a special Mrs. Eva. Yeah, Eva also experienced about COVID-19, and alhamdulillah she recover well now. Okay, next.
Alhamdulillah.
Coronavirus. This is COVID-19. Okay, this is we can move to another. Okay, this is cumulative data COVID-19 in Indonesia. Yeah, so this is I guess Dr. Asep compiled this from the whole data in Indonesia. Yeah, some cases, not some cases, but whole cases in Indonesia. We can see there are 3 strips there. The line with red, blue, and yellow is since April 2020 until July 2021. Yeah, so it is I don't really understand this graphic because it is not explain what is the yellow line for, and also the other one, yeah. But we can see that there are some high number for this red and blue color strip, yeah. Okay, next. This is cumulative data of COVID-19. Okay, another graphic. Okay, I can see that this new cases per day. Yeah, so this orange line, you can see that new cases per day, it is highest in July. Yeah, the highest in July until 55,000. Okay, great number for the cases. Yeah, so it is very unfortunately. Okay, Teva. About vaccination. Okay, vaccination is the administration of a vaccine to help the immune system develop protection from a disease. Vaccines contain a microorganism or virus in a weakened live or killed state, or proteins or toxins from the organism. So I can see that Dr. Asep gives some line, yeah, with some words here: vaccine, immune system, microorganism, virus, proteins, and toxins. So this how vaccination work in our body. COVID-19 vaccine could be contain mRNA virus. So this is new. I usually hear DNA, but this is RNA. Yeah, protein sub unit virus or modifying factor. Okay. Another graphic here, progress of COVID-19 vaccination in Indonesia. So there are two lines here in dark blue, in blue and light blue, yeah. The blue one is the first dose and the second one is the second dose. So it is, the vaccination also have already given from February, but still in the low number, and then it is begin coming higher in expanding year, yeah. Okay. Teva, you can move, yeah. West Java province has a vaccination target of 38 million people. However, so far only 12 million people have received the first dose and 6 million people have received the second dose of vaccination. So from 38 million, only the target 38 million, only it is not even half of this target, yeah. Only 12 million was in first dose, but 6 million in second dose. So it is lower, becoming lower. Maybe this index in next slide, Dr. Asep can explain us why it is become lower. Yeah? Still far from 60-70% of the population. Yes, from 85. Sorry, from 80. From 38. Yeah, 38. It is only cover 12 and 6. So it is definitely still far from 60 and 70 target of the population. Yeah. Vaccine stock uneven distribution, community retention, loss of trust, lack of understanding, fear of vaccine, trust, belief. So this is the reason. So by the research from Dr. Asep, he found that vaccine, the population, why it is still far from the population, because of the vaccine stock, uneven distribution, community retention, and some other reason. Thank you. Another. Okay, vaccine stock. The Indonesian government has limitation in procuring a COVID-19 vaccine. This is due to the vaccines, competition with various countries in the world, and regulation of vaccine distribution. So this is a problem about vaccine stock. That's why not all of the population targeted not get the vaccine. Okay, next. So we can know the reason about the problem vaccine happen in our circumstance, yeah. Uneven distribution. The distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine in Indonesia has not been evenly distributed in all provinces. Yes, this is correct, because I heard from some friends of mine that not all of my friends get this vaccine because the limitation of the stock. Yeah, Bali and Jakarta provinces that receive the highest proportion of vaccine compared to other regions. Distribution is closely related to vaccine coverage in the province. Maybe I can share the experience here, because not all people get awareness about the importance of vaccine here. In Aceh, the vaccine is still here. Many of stock. Maybe this is anyone anyone who visit Aceh, you can register to get vaccine here. Yeah. Next, Eva, community retention. The result of the survey to 879 respondents regarding the factors cause public retention of the COVID-19 vaccination are shown. Okay, there are two. This is some graphic. Yeah, another graphic. Loss of trust, yeah, lack of understanding, fear of vaccines, so it is higher, yeah. Trust, belief, total. Okay, the yellow one. Okay, the yellow one get the highest position in three factors. That's why the total is the yellow one. Yeah. Thank you, Tehfa. How many slides more? How many slides left? Okay, loss of trust. Many government policies. Okay. From the
wait.
I am as a moderator can only read, and from the presentation that I have read, I can get a little conclusion from there, because the Dr. Asep research is about the issue that is really new, from our time now, and this is the data got is about the vaccination, and also first about the disease or the virus attack or get with people here in Indonesia, and also how the vaccination spread in our country, in Indonesia. This is a loss of trust. There are 3 points. Many government policies are considered miserable. It's hard to get the right news due to many hoaxes. Tired of torturous condition due to a prolonged pandemic. Yes, the second one is the highest, I guess. Let's see. Hoax. Yeah. Hoax and miserable policies. Yeah, because sometimes people feel that they are forced, but they also influenced with the hoaxes. Yeah. Next, Eva. Lack of understanding. Understanding about vaccination. Vaccine ingredients, type of vaccine work, vaccine effectiveness, vaccine race. Even when I experience itself too, because I experience about this, because when I want to get vaccinated, I will search, because I don't get understanding about this vaccination. But not all people will try to search what is this importance. So from this research, from Dr. Asep research, we can now that because of lack of understanding, this happened to us right now in our country. Next, Stefa. Fear of vaccination. Maybe I don't know if there are some people in this from audience that are fear from vaccination too. So this presentation from Dr. Asep maybe can give you some explanation, so you can understand that about vaccination, what is importance, and this is what is the reason that why people couldn't get it well. Fear of vaccination, fear of getting vaccinated is assumed to be an exaggerated fear of needless of injection. Injection. So they are fear about the injection. Thank you. And then next, trust and belief. So this is the explanation from the reason that in previous slide mentioned by Dr. Asep. Trust and belief. Many people hold the belief that everything is a destiny. Okay. And then why I am laughed to say this, because yes, it will happen to people here. Everything is a destiny, so they just accept the destiny. If they get virus, this is my destiny. Yes, and I experienced this too in my place. COVID-19 is a big lie. This is also spread in our country. They said that doubt about the halalness. Okay, but it is also already confirmed by our government. And then the fourth one, vaccination is voluntary, not coerced. And then number 5, vaccination is a dangerous and deadly act. So there are some error belief here about this, that researcher needs to make explanation. That's why Dr. Asep research is very useful for us, so that we can see what is the real one. And then next, recommendation. So this is recommendation: increase vaccine stock for our government, of course. Distribute vaccines evenly. Again, this is a government responsibility. Do socialization more massively, collaborating with community leaders. Give reward to vaccine recipients. Yeah, so I guess this all recommendation is for our government. Hopefully, this can spread to our government, and they can see what Dr. Asep have done, and also not only Dr. Asep, but all of the other researcher. Next. Okay, we did it. Yeah, we did it. I got it too. I did it too. I did it too. I am as moderator and as the we call it a representative of Dr. Asep presentation, and I agree that about his presentation, and for the last slide that we did it. I did it. Tehfa did it, and of course Dr. Asep did it. Hopefully this will help us. And also we can go or this pandemic will end soon, inshallah. Okay, thank you very much, Tehfa.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lulu. Okay.
Thank you. So this is the end of my session.
Back to MC, I guess.
Yeah, I will give a bit back to MC, Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank
See
you
you.
very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mrs. Nurul, for guiding the plenary session. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the parallel session 2 as the last session for today's agenda after this short break. So for everyone, please keep stay tuned on this conference.
Thanks a lot, Dindo.
Thanks, Miss.
Sama-sama, Tehfa. Jadi ini ya, jadi bagian kesehatan hari ini. But this quite useful for me because I got some information about this medication, about vaccination, that maybe I got it from the from the news, from articles, but this is from presentation. So Dr. Asep make it short to explain us better. Yeah.
Yes.
So we can get better understanding about this.
Yeah, you explain very clear. I think.
Yeah. Because actually I also I do experience that, because when I want to get vaccinated, this is good for me or not, what is the function, what is the importance. So I make search, I do research for myself, but Dr. Asep make research for all of us.
Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you to lead the plenary session. And
Yeah,
you
I guess
did a great job.
Thank you. I think the time, because two speakers didn't appear after the Dr. Dragan left soon.
Yes, I tried to contact him, but
didn't.
then he didn't answer the calling, so maybe could be stopped. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Once
Thank
again.
you. Yeah. So it is end earlier, yeah, Tehfa.
I guess so, Dindo.
Yeah, 14:28. So
Alright.
2:28 p.m. right now.
Okay.
Yeah, we still have like 20 minutes left. Yeah.
Maybe you can gain the audience to maybe sharing related to the vaccination, or maybe you can invite some of the audience to share.
Oh yeah, sure. I just now told you all that we did it. I did the vaccination. What about the other audience who has experienced coronavirus? Maybe. Alhamdulillah, I never get corona. But when the government offer us about vaccination, I search myself. Yeah, search about that. And now it is better, and it is when I get it, it is better for me. This is in my opinion, and I also apply it to my family, except my mom, because my mom is 62 right now. So yeah, I only avoid her to get involved with much people, with more people. Yeah, only that I do for her. But my family, my husband, my kids, 2 kids, 14 and 15 years old, they get vaccinated also.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. What about the other audience? Maybe you have experience about COVID-19, you get coronavirus, or I'm good. I don't want to get vaccination. Maybe there are some of you here who want to share.
I have something.
All right. I heard
Yeah,
some.
you can open the microphone. Yeah.
Hello.
Turn it on. Yeah.
Can
Hello.
you hear my voice?
Yeah, yeah. What about the camera? Is it on or off?
My camera is off.
Oh, okay, fine.
Okay.
So what is
Yeah.
your name?
My name
Someone
is.
there without camera. What is your name?
I'm sorry. My name is Khairul Aziz, ma'am.
Khairul Aziz.
Yeah.
Are you a student or researcher?
I'm a student.
A student of
Yeah.
what semester are you?
2020, third semester.
Third semester.
Yeah. Third.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Third semester. Okay. You want to share something?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I want to share about, something like, what is it? Wait, I forget about it. Apa itu?
Apa itu? You got corona?
No, ma'am, can I
Alhamdulillah.
do something research? I mean, I forgot about it.
Oh,
Okay, just wait a moment.
You did research.
No. I do some little research. Just wait a moment, okay?
Oh, okay. So, what department are you now? Is it medical? Are you a medical student?
It's
English department.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm also from English department. So this is siapa tadi namanya? Khairul. Khairul is Buna students.
Yes.
Buna student.
So, yeah, actually, I'm kind of, not really agree with vaccination.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we appreciate it. It's fine.
Why?
Okay,
Why?
because why Indonesia didn't produce their own vaccine? It's kind of weird. That's it. That's one. And I have something that why all of the Indonesian people have to vaccinated. See, the percentage of death because of COVID is just it's 77% before vaccination, and I think the most dangerous person who can be die because of COVID is old men and some people who have diabetic and heart disease. And so I think it's just what I think. I think the people who have to vaccinate it is some old men and some sick men like diabetic and heart disease. So it doesn't have to get all of the people vaccinated. So vaccine Indonesian buff vaccine is buying, right? Buy from the other countries. So Indonesian is mengutang like that. When last time I see last time I see some news that Indonesian have Indonesian increase the hutangnya gitu ya.
The loan, yeah.
Yeah, the loan. Sorry, the loan is really increasing there than before. Yeah. So it's kind of weird, actually.
Shall we make some argument here, Dr. Tefa?
It's look like kind of business.
Yeah, it's fine. You have your opinion. No, you don't have to say sorry. You have your own opinion because we are in a democratic country. It's fine. Yeah, you have your opinion. I have my opinion, and also the government have their opinion too. Yeah, if you say it about utang, about the loan. Yeah, there is a kind of process about economic things, yeah, that how the government deal with that. But related your comment about it's actually the old man and the people with the disease like diabetic and everything should be vaccinated. But I want to ask you, do you know what is vaccine actually means?
Well, yeah, I think I know it because I watched from YouTube. I think I know it. Yeah, it's like a weak virus, a weakened virus that insert to the body. So the white blood. I mean, what is that? Immune system.
It's actually
Immune system.
Yeah.
It can recognize it. You know.
Yeah. Yes, I know. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
well,
That's
can,
what
can
I searched too. Yeah.
COVID. You know, COVID is just like a flu. I mean, the same thing is they are mutated every time. So if we do buy vaccine again, it's not finished. You know, because it's mutated like a flu. You know, flu it's mutated. You know, while people live in this world is not can get flu many times. You know. Like that. So
Yeah,
vaccine
I
is
got
a
it.
business.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm
You
sorry.
know what? I'm a little. No, it's fine. I'm a little bit. Yeah, it's like a little funny for me because this is not our what is it? Our field to talk about this.
But then we discuss it.
So we discuss it. Why we discuss? Because we have some a little knowledge about that. Why? Yes, Khairul
now.
Khairul did some research. He read and he watched some information from YouTube, from the news, from articles, and also did the same. There are always contradictive opinions about this issue. So when you have your opinion, Khairul, but when because I read about that too. There are some different argumen kalau misalnya di bahasa Indonesia ngomongnya Khairul read different argument with his opinion because it leads you to against about the vaccination. But I myself as a natural first I come to read about natural about vaccination. I am natural, so I didn't reject and also I didn't accept it. But I try to find information with no leading. Ya ngerti ya, kalau misalnya mungkin dari awal sudah nggak bagus nih vaksin, jadi terlead itu yang dibaca yang nggak bagus-bagus semua, yang melarang-larang semua gitu. Jadi from my opinion, but when I read the research or the articles about the information about this, I am as a neutral person first, so I read both of them, the rejection and also the acceptance. What I get is this is let's see that because I am not an expertise in this. Let's see as I make an analogy for this vaccination. When I experience some problems, when I experience some problems, I didn't meet before this problem, so I don't know how to overcome, to find the solution for this. But whenever I experience this, so I find something. Oh, I have experienced this, so I can get solution. So this is the experience that I have experienced. The thing that I have experienced, it becomes a knowledge for me. So that is my analogy. So whenever so I include this analogy to the vaccination. So when people vaccinate with the virus, the antibody get knowing about this virus. So whenever the same thing, even a little thing, not the whole thing, because it is like you say that it is bermutasi, mutated, become different. But at least he knows it a little. He knows the virus a little. So that's what expertise explain in the article that I have read. So when the antibody is realized this is the thing that have attacked me, so I need to make protection of this thing that come to my body, like that. And also the analogy about problem also experience with how I raise my kids. I raise my kids with with no leading first. I will not lead them with anything. They will experience that. So whenever they get problem, whenever they get trouble, so that time they will learn. So that is my analogy. What I have read, what I have learned, and what I have experienced. Itu Khairul ya. Itu pengalaman ibu yang ibu rasakan sehingga mendapat kesimpulan, punya opinion bahwa nothing bad about vaccination. Gitu. Mungkin kalau misalnya memang ada beberapa pendapat gitu kan, but I am not an expertise. Saya ini di luar bidang. That is not my field. So I am nobody who can make judgment about that. So I will defend with my own opinion. Gitu. Ya itu my answer for, bukan my answer sih, my argument about Khairul. Jadi Khairul, you don't need to be the same like me, as me. You don't need to be the same as me. So you have your opinion. That's what I explain you. What I explain you is why I get this opinion. So different opinion with some reason. Gitu. Teva, jadi kita ngomongnya seilmuwan ya.
Right.
You know what? There are still 173 audience here watching us.
But actually, it is a very good insight, Dr. Lulu, with your side, because yes, it is Khairul. It's actually it's your. If you have another opinion related to the vaccination, yes, it is please keep on you, but please don't share your negative opinion to others, or try to
just be neutral, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, you share your opinion. It's fine because I myself stand with this opinion. It's fine, Khairul. Nothing bad with that. You can do that. Don't say sorry ya. Seakan-akan kayak melakukan kesalahan gitu ya. No, it's fine. Yeah. But don't share the negativity. That is the point with Tehva explanation. Yeah. Don't do that. Jadi do not make a judgment. Do not make do not share the negativity.
Yeah. Like just keep in your mind. Because it is quite dangerous if you try to make in my position is a negative opinion related to that, because it is part of our ikhtiar ya gitu ya, if I say, because I got the COVID and then alhamdulillah I have a recovery now, and it is very suffer to got that. So please stay safe and healthy.
Stay safe and healthy. Yeah, for everyone, stay safe and healthy. Khairul also stay safe and healthy, Khairul, yeah?
Always, man.
Unfortunately, I cannot see you. I guess you're very happy.
Actually, I'm kind of a bit scared because
why?
Because I say about kind of this thing.
Oh, you are scared about what? About this thing?
About talking about this thing.
About COVID or about vaccinating? Or about me? Or about this argumentation?
Maybe he's scared of me.
Oh yeah.
No, maybe I will find him
very
in
nice lecturer.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. I have I think I need to leave because I have another class for teaching this afternoon.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. You nice to talk to you, Khairul. See you next time.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
You did well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please back to the Master of Ceremony.
Well, thank you. It's such a nice discussion. Thank you for Dr. Nurul Fadila M. Hum, and then thank you for Mrs. Santiana, and of course for the participant Khairul. Thank you for sharing your thought and your insight about vaccination or COVID-19. So for everyone, we still have the parallel session 2 as the last session for today's agenda. After maybe there is a short break. So for everyone, please keep stay tuned on this conference. All right, for all the presenters or all participants, if there is what is this notification about breakout rooms, you can join the breakout rooms. And for your information, that the attendance list will be sent on the chat box after the parallel session. So after the parallel session, you can go to the main session and then you can tap the link about the attendance list on the chat box. For the participants and presenter, you can see the breakout rooms notification. You can join to the room right now. For the participant, you can join the room you want to join. There is 3 rooms, room 1, room 2, and room 3.
صلي عادي حتى ما ننزل تحت ننزل تحت نصلي عادي. لا ببساطة. كمل الجامعة الإنجليزي ولا بس ثانوي بس؟ أكيد جامعة. لا جامعة ملك مستوى كل. صحراء ما طاولة. كان روم 2. لا صح الناس منظمين وين.
If being alive is for the sake of being alive, pigs in the forest are also alive. If working is for the sake of working, the apes also work. So Hamka says, here I understand it is not enough for human to only have broad knowledge, but should be useful for the community.
Today, the opportunity is not only for men. Women also take part in determining the future. Educated women are the key, are the symbol of a new civilization. No other options. The universe has given a lot of hopes and opportunities for us to embrace and chase. Destined as the pearls of the East Priangan, Tasikmalaya City has abundant natural resources, cultural diversity, and potential human resources. From time to time, Tasikmalaya City has shown its various advancements, and Siliwangi University takes part in the spirit of the new civilization. Siliwangi University exists as the oasis of the new age.
More than half of the century of our country's independence enjoyed by the nation, from Sabang to Merauke, from the north to the south. This independence not is recovery or griefs, but say it's blessed of our heroes. But it doesn't mean the struggle ends. Today, in the hands of educated youth, the baton continues, and Siliwangi University is here, become the place of the best of educated students who are strong, superior, and fearless. Those are ready to embrace the development of time.
Since its establishment in 1978, in harmony with the ideals of the founders, Siliwangi University, as the biggest private university in the East Priangan, is committed to developing educated and versed students to embrace the bright future of the nation. Then, until the signing of the decree of Siliwangi University status to be state university by President Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono on 1 April 2014. That spirit never fades. Siliwangi University is committed to answering the global challenges. Located in the center of the city of Tasikmalaya, with its cool air, Siliwangi University has created a beautiful and friendly campus area that makes the study atmosphere conducive and enjoyable. Moreover, we are equipped with quality, friendly lecturers who are committed to friendly, fast, and efficient services. As a reputable state university with its achievements in the East Priangan, Siliwangi University has become a place for teaching and learning for students who come from all over Indonesia. Currently, thousands of students obtaining scholarship from various institutions, government or private, are enjoying their studies with us that upholds the values of Pancasila and diversity. Siliwangi University has 7 faculties and 5 postgraduate programs. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Faculty of Economics, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health Sciences, Faculty of Social and Political Science, Faculty of Islamic Religion, postgraduate programs. 385 experienced and active lecturers are doing research in science, technology, social, and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide quality education in the field of science, technology, social, and culture. Siliwangi University is ready to provide a quality and competitive education for global challenges, facilitating students to become quality graduates for the nation. To support the competency and skills of the students, Siliwangi University provides adequate facilities, like laboratories with modern and advanced equipment, sport, arts, and entrepreneurship on a lot of land around 30 hectares, a cool location in the middle of a green rural area. There is Siliwangi University Campus 2 expansion. To provide quality services, Siliwangi University provides several buses for the students and lecturers round trips. God the Almighty has a lot of secrets. In the silent universe, science is the key to unlocking the potential. Only with science, what was previously impossible can be possible.
Dear Creator, it is us. Welcome to Siliwangi University.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the end of Siliwangi International Conference in Innovation and Research, Day 1, and this conference will be continued tomorrow, 16th September 2021 in Zoom meeting and will be started at 8 a.m. And for the participants, please don't forget to fill the attendance list. All right, everyone, I am Aisli Mardia as the Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much for your kind attention. See you tomorrow on CISIR 2021. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much. Thank you Bu Siti Mardia.
Sama.
Pak Hendra. Pak Hendra. Mute.